Mm-hmm. Where did I get it from? Oh man. Okay, crazy. Now where did that come from? Now I know I ain't tripping. What's going on? Okay. No. If you close that window there closes. Now open that one. Then 6 sanctioning belts for choose. Choose one. All right, Jack. You went for the Zuffa. You went for the wait. He didn't go for the Zuffa. He was stripped. Listen, look. I'm a big up bass, 4A's, and Mr. T. I want big up on the status, all of that still, you know what I mean? Big up on them. Enjoy your Saturday. Blessings, greetings, salutations. Susan, we game all night. Wagwan. Turkey and Dana hit jive with the don't worry, we'll work it out play, Mr. T. Well, they have worked it out. This is a career highest payday for him. You know what I mean? We have to stay on this channel, right? We have to stay on the pulse of what matters at all times, even if it takes a little time to get there. Yeah? Even if it takes us a little time to get there, we have to stay on the pulse, right? Turkey hasn't offered Jai anything that the IBF could offer him. Jai has had that belt for 4 years. Long time, you know. I mean, I don't think people appreciate that 4 times is a long time to have a belt. Right? A lot of people accuse me of defending. I don't defend. Or if I do defend, it's based on the receipts according to me. Maybe people have different receipts on situations, but these are my receipts just off the top of that. I might get a few things wrong, right? Jai is the only cruiserweight since Usyk and Gassiev and Bradis became relevant in the division who's wanted to unify to the point of undisputed. Name another cruiserweight who's wanted to unify. If you can name them in the comment section, then you'll have a point. He's the only one who's wanted to do what the fans wanted. He wanted to unify, right? He wanted to fight Zerdo. He wanted to fight Chris Billion Smith. Lord mercy, he even wanted to fight Richard Reactborn. Reactborn, Ben Shalom backed out. There's only so much Jai can do, and there's only so much Turkey could do. If Turkey could get the Zerdo fight right now made for the Zuffa belt, he would. But it's beyond that point now, right? It's beyond that point. Jai ain't on no little kiddie flex right now. He's 30. He is 30. And I think people get shit twisted with life today. At 30, due to advancements in nutrition, S&C, and all that, someone like Jai, less activity than his predecessors, right, isn't taking as much punishment and can preserve his body a lot better than his predecessors, who by 30, right, if the brain scans, which have been also improved, right, it would show you, right, these guys were destroyed by the time they were 30, physically a wreck. Jai's predecessors, by the time they were 30, would have had more than 29 fights. Would have had more than 29 fights. They would likely have maybe 60 fights. Hagler didn't get a world title fight until he was 50. 50. It's time to get paid. And listen, regardless of the belts, the only thing Jai has to worry about tonight is winning that fight. The most important thing is winning. If he loses, Zuffa, IBF, ring, unification, undisputed, I am thing they don't mean nothing no more. Don't talk about it no more. It's off the table. Momentum. Momentum. Did I say it was tonight? I didn't realize I said it was tonight. Yeah, it's tomorrow. It's Sunday. It's Sunday. The only thing that matters is winning. Right? He's got to get paid. He's got Pitney on them thing there. And he's got bills as well. After a time, right? See, what a lot of people don't understand, yeah? But I'll tell you. This is the adult channel. This is probably the only official adult channel in here because I'm the only one who gets pushback for the stuff I say. If anyone believes, right? If anyone believes that Harry Wills, colored heavyweight, who fought for the colored heavyweight, if you believe that Sam McVeigh, if you believe Larry Gaines, Canadian, last colored heavyweight champion, if you believe they wouldn't have fought for a Zuffa belt because they were worried about legacy, breaking, you're sadly mistaken, but boxing beats and rhymes will awaken you to the reality, right? It's all about a salary. The reason they wanted to fight for a belt is because the belts were attached to the money. I didn't say Jai didn't want the belts. I'm saying his goals have to change now. He's 30. I didn't say Jai didn't want the belts. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But now his goals have to change. He can't leverage the... What did the IBF do? When he was trying to unify, what did the IBF do? Did you hear the IBF say, well, our champion is trying to fight the rival sanctioning body holders? Did you hear them come out and say anything? What did the WBA do? What did anyone do? What did even Eddie Hearn really do? Eddie Hearn did talk up, to be honest. What did anyone... When Jai was trying to unify the belts, what did anyone do to assist him? What did anyone do? Fuck unification. Fuck undisputed. Give me my money. Yeah, Jai is tough. Blue collar. Jai is very tough. Jai is tough. Let them take your belt back. He don't have to. See, the thing is, right? He was never going to defend it anyway. Do you think Dana, right, was going to pay sanctioning fees for that strap? The only reason Usyk is on the zone is because Zuffa are not paying sanctioning fees, right? So if whoever's going to promote that Usyk card, I think Turkey's going to go Dolo, right? They're not paying no sanctioning fees for your red belt. They're not paying. You're the Ring Magazine champion, and now you're fighting for the Zuffa belt. That's the state of play. That's all what matters. Now, I think the fight's tricky for him, personally, because he got rocked pretty badly by that Chin Cara. And if that Brandon can keep his back arched and keep his shape while he's arched for long enough and make himself a difficult target, I think this is going to be a tough fight. I think it's going to be a tough fight. Eddie Hearn was talking about Chris Billiam-Smith soundly outpointed Glanton. No, he did not, Eddie. No, he did not. He didn't soundly outpoint anything. Fuck the belt. Zerdo is going to fight. What's his name? Benavidez. He's going to fight Benavidez. And he had the nerve to say Jai doesn't fight anyone. Well, everybody in the weight class has avoided the unification. So all of that is a hypocrisy. A lot of it is a hypocrisy. And when I bring it up, yeah, but he still hasn't fought anyone. Okay, because he can't get the fights. Yeah, Glanton does have a decent chin. I agree, Delboy. He has a decent chin and a solid engine. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. And I thought the Chris Billiam-Smith fight was close. I can't remember how I scored it. It was very close. I think it was they could run it back in one of them fights. Jai's priorities have to change now. Jai's priorities are getting a few paydays, Zuffa Cruiserweight champion, establish himself there, and then move up to heavyweight. And let Zerdo do what he's doing. Yeah? Like, anyway, I mean, what are the facts now? The facts are, yeah? If you have 4 sanctioning bodies and no methodology for how a contender can get to the 4 belts within a year, the system is busted right there. If you have the parameter of modern day boxing, where the fans say they want undisputed, but the boxer is saying, well, there's more lucrative fights for me, rather than unify or go for undisputed. Like Zerdo is thinking, I can fight Benavidez, all Mexican showdown. It's going to be worth X amount. I'm going to get paid. Won't get no extra belts or anything. That's an issue. It happens a lot in boxing. It happens a lot. People want Usyk to defend against his mandatory, but his mandatories present risk reward to Usyk, and Turkey don't want Usyk to get beaten right now. Turkey's involvement has changed the game for a lot of fighters. Tyson Fury, he could fight for the WBO belt. Daniel Dubois is only getting that fight because Tyson doesn't want that fight. But instead, Turkey's gave him an incentive not to go for the belt. You can fight Makhmudov, who's not ranked as high as Daniel Dubois. You could fight Makhmudov. Conor Benn could have fought Rowley, Croker. Who's the other guy? Devin. He could have got all them fights for the title. He could have fought Josh Kelly at 154. What did he opt to do? He opted to roll with Turkey and Dana and fight Regis Prograis. That's the game right now. That's the game. Whether anyone in the comment section don't like it or not, I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it because there's no way I would be waiting around and apologizing to boxing fans because they don't want to fight me and I'm trying to unify the belts. I'll be taking the money. I'll be taking the money. Legacy's okay. Legacy's okay if you're not having to do too much work to get the fights. If you're having to do too much work to get legacy, it's time to move on. There's nothing Jai can do about it. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. You know what I mean? That's the sport right now. And I don't have a problem with it. Because here's the thing, right? Boxers have always been blackballed. Whether it's for their race or they're too good, they've always been blackballed from title shots and big money. It's nothing new. Nothing new. They ain't saying nothing new. You know what I mean? It is what it is. People talking about belts, but every second is belts, belts, belts. People are acting like the belts go back to since the Marquess of Queensberry rules in the 18th century. No, they don't. No, they don't. The Lonsdale belt goes back to 1908. The Ring Magazine belt goes back to 2021. The other sanctioning bodies weren't handing out actual belts until the 70s. That's a fact. And if I'm wrong, right, post up a picture of me of a WBC champion with a belt in the 60s. Post it up. Or a WBA champion with a belt in the 60s. Post it up. I bet you can't. You can get pictures of fighters with Ring Magazine belts and Lonsdale belts. You can get that from way, way back. Back into time. Yeah. Neanderthals, troglodytes, way, way back into time. But the sanctioning belts are not as precious as Eddie Hearn and Mauricio Suleiman or Mendoza Jr. or the IBF geezer are trying to they're not as precious. They're trying to hold on to their hustle. Oh, you know, if you don't go with us, then you can't have legacy. Says who? Says who? Says who? Tell you what, yeah? When them boxers start forming them unions, as I keep predicting they will, the sanctioning belts will be out within a year. Trust me. They'll still be in existence. Don't worry. But they will have no leverage at all. None. When the union attorney gets together with the rep and gets together with other fighters, they won't get a dime of sanctioning fees from nowhere. Trust me. Trust me. You won't get a dime. What's Jai's purse? I didn't have it 116, 112. No, he didn't lose nearly every round. No, he didn't. He didn't lose nearly every round past 6. No, he didn't. He didn't actually. He didn't. He didn't. He didn't. He didn't lose nearly every round past 6. He didn't. He didn't. Chris Billiam looked awful. Looked absolutely awful. Fight was close. Now, what will be impressive is if Opetaia can stop Glanton. That would be impressive. If you can get rid of him inside the distance. Because Branton, you know what I mean? He's a little roughneck. You can see Branton, like, he threatened to kill Chris Billiam Smith, innit? Did he threaten to cripple him? I don't blame him. I don't like, yeah, listen, it's no big deal. You want listen. He weren't getting a unification. Look, the most he could have got is McCallion. He could still fight McCallion. McCallion will have to fight with the Zuffa belt, though. And if he does that, is he got a WBA strap or a WBC? Will the WBC strip him? We'll see. Maybe they will. Then a statement will be made right there. Conor don't care about the belts, bro. Conor had that talk with Cotto, yeah? And before that, right, he wanted to fight for belts, bro. He wanted to fight for belts. But he had that talk with Cotto. Remember Cotto didn't pay the $300K for the Canelo fight? That one talk switched him up. And then he got perspective. Forget Eddie Hearn. Forget about the fans, right? Don't worry about them. Because the fans are basically screaming for, they don't even know what they're screaming for, right? The fans are not fair. The fans are not deducting it like, well, how are you going to get to undisputed? There's 4 belts, right? Unless Turkey pays for the whole thing all the time, how are we going to get to undisputed? You're not. You're not. I thought the fight was close. I don't think Billiam Smith did shit in that fight, bro. Right, let's get this window down. Return of Sound Forge. What's on the undercard, man? I mean, it's the worst advertised card ever. I'll say that, though. The card is like horribly flipping constructed, man. What a load of crap. All right, let me see what I recorded on that. If you want, right. I'm not even gonna, you know something? I'm not even gonna look at the undercard because I looked at it last time and I was thinking, what is this? What is this pile of crap? I don't know none of the fighters, bro. This is a pile of crap. The card is a load of crap. The undercard. You know what I mean? Let me tell you. I'll tell you what, right? I'll tell you what. I haven't seen Matchroom put on a crap show like that, undercard like that, even for fights they have at the York Hall. What a load of crap. Now, I'm not going to start kicking Zuffa boxing to bits because I don't pay for it. So there's no need for me to do that. But the undercard is just not impressive. It's not impressive at all. Right now, They are doing nothing to drive the subscription. They're not doing nothing at all. Nothing at all. It's early in the game, but if you've got Turkey's money, people are expecting more, and they're expecting it quickly. They're not expecting to wait around, bro. They're not expecting to wait. They want it now. They want it now. Don't make me wait, because it might be too late. A punk might escape. Right. We're going to talk about your favorite fighter, the one that triggers you. I'm going to call him Trigger Ben, you know. Trigger Ben. Trigger Ben. Stop letting fighters trigger you, bro. Yeah? Stop letting fighters trigger you. Like I used to let Ryan Garcia. I don't let Ryan Garcia trigger me. Like I saw when I done his post-fight interview, people were saying, what was it? Well, bringing up the peds. He didn't pop for peds. I mean, I'm talking about the fight. I spoke about the fight that he had with Barrios, and he performed well. His footwork looked okay. Still not in Shakur's postcode. Yeah. But he boxed well. He put some nice combinations together, and that's what I looked at. I didn't go back to 2024. Oh, yeah, you cheated. Because it's childish. At that stage, it gets childish. Every second, corner. It's childish. It's just little baby shit. You know what I mean? Baby shit, bro. Yeah? If he popped, then I'd have a go at him. But, he put in his career best performance, and I give him credit for such. Let me know if you can't hear me, because I'm stepped away from the mic a little. No one really cares like that, bro. You know what I mean? No one really cares. See, everyone talks about him not apologizing. I tell you what I'm not impressed with. I'm not impressed with the resume, bro. I'm not impressed with his resume, right? I'm impressed that he's made all that money. He's made good business decisions. But, you've done nothing at 147. You haven't fought for a title. You're not going to fight for a title. Regis Prograis is not that impressive an opponent to me. It's a decent. I don't mind the fight. But I want to know if you can beat Devin Haney. And he had the chance to fight Haney and didn't take it. See, if people were discussing that, then I'd be critical. But if you expect me to be critical because he didn't phone Eddie Hearn, I just tell you all to go suck, man. Go suck. Go suck something, bro. You know what I mean? Your debates are fucking lame. Lame debates. He didn't phone Eddie Hearn. So what? Even Brendan Ingle the other day said, what did you say, Dominic? Dominic said he knows fighters who wanted a phone call from Eddie Hearn and they never get no call. They didn't get no call and they wanted a call. So what? Eddie didn't get a call. Oh, poor private school Eddie didn't get what he wanted. Flipping hell. Ridiculous. I want to see you getting some serious fights. That's what I want to see. How about that? Stick to the facts. I've said it twice, right? That panel cleared him twice. They overturned 2 UCAD decisions, and that's that. They cleared him twice. But you guys are going to stick on that. They cleared him. He got cleared. Now let's see you go fight some real fucking bad man at 147. Yeah? Go fight some real bad man, come out with it. I mean, even like you Regis Progress, I would have preferred him take on Conor Walker. I think that would have been a good fight. No, I'm not impressed that you went to Dana to fight Regis Progress. Yeah, good power move. Yeah, take the money. I would have took the money. You know what I mean? I'm not denying he should have took the money. But I was saying I was going to buy. I probably am going to buy it. I'm not sure. Like Fury versus Makhmudov. Like I saw Makhmudov get fucking deconstructed by the Italian guy. And that Italian guy's not that good, man. As far as I'm concerned, he's not that good. He's okay. In fact, he's not bad though. Was it Vianelli? He's not actually bad. He arguably beat FA Jag, but he's not bad actually. He's not bad. He's not bad. But he beat the crap out of Makhmudov. He beat the crap out of him. I don't care about all that. About like Conor this, that. I don't really care about that. I want to see some real fights. Right, let me get access to the Hangout on the laptop. Now, if I move it, the mains might short. It might short circuit. Got to be careful there. Fight some like for all the headlines Conor is getting, right? Conor should be taking on some proper welterweights right now, right? Although, okay, they're gonna probably say, well, he's gonna fight at 150. He wants to test the waters, see how strong he is if he can get back to 147. Yeah, fair enough. He's getting 15 mil for the fight. You know what I mean? You would expect he could take on the workload, man. You know what I'm saying? And right now, all this Eddie, not buying, managing Aspinall and stuff. You don't know what to make of it all. Tom Aspinall, yeah. So, any news here? It says moving to his natural weight will make him stronger and ready to shine. That what Progress is saying. 150 is not your natural weight, bro. Let's read the whole thing. Ben, 24 and 1, 14 inside the distance, actually, not system. Son of two division champion Nigel Ben faces Regis Progress at 150 catchweight, headlining the undercard to Tyson Fury's Netflix stream return against Aslanbek Makhmudov. Progress coming off two back-to-back losses to Devin Haney and Jack Carroll, in which he was flawed in both of them. His punch resistance is all about the place. Says move into his natural weight will make him stronger and ready. What is he talking about? What's his natural weight? Are they talking about Ben? And they must be talking about Ben, yeah? His natural weight. Ben's rumored 15 million purse back in fuel. Talk of a breakout, though. Some point to slow ticket sales at the 62,000 seat venue. It doesn't shock me. How much are the ticket prices, man? You know what I mean? Not everything should be in a stadium. There's not one elite matchup on the card. There's some good matchups, but there's no elite matchups. How much is the pay-per-view going to cost? What, £25? If it's £25, and do I have to get a Netflix thing? Because it's not on Sky, is it? Has Dana tied up that Sky Sports deal for the UK? Yeah, they got to be talking about Progress, surely. Yeah, that would make more sense. He's like nah, that's not his natural weight. That's not his natural fight. We're not talking about his walking around weight, bro. They're talking about his natural weight. He's not coming in at his walking around weight. Yeah. Well, I guess no, you're actually right. He is. He is actually. Now, let me revise what you said. You're probably right. That is his walking around way. You're probably right. That's not going to make him stronger though. Because okay, if that's your walking around weight, right? Ben is still younger and he's still probably going to be a lot stronger. I don't think it's going to help him at all. If Ben, like, if after Ben rehydrates off the scale, he's coming in a lot bigger than Regis, a lot bigger. And if he lands cleanly, Regis is going to be in all sorts, bro. Because I saw JoJo tagging Regis and wobbling him all around the joint. Okay. Only someone is flagging my lives, man. Asking for reviews. You want to shot me, man, because some people get so triggered by what you say. They'll flag your video. You know, they get so triggered. They will do, man. They will do. I can feel the venom in some of the people's comments. Probably flag the video. Yeah, you teach him. They teach him. If they're not saying what I want him to say, men are so weak these days, man. You're not saying what I want me to say. I'll flag your channel. I've never flagged anyone's channel. Never did that. You don't say what I say. You're going to cry. You're going to hissy fit. Ridiculous. All right, let's see what I go on. All right, I'm going to look closer to the screen now. I'm going out of comment section. You know what I'm saying? Comment section. Let's go. Let's go, people. Let's go. Yeah, Spurs are in serious trouble, man. Serious trouble, right? I've come to terms with it now. I'm actually at peace with us just losing games now. I'm actually at peace with it now, and it's not nice, but I'm actually at peace with it. I'm actually at peace. It's good. Actually, I was saying it was good the other day, but I didn't mean it. But now it's actually good, you know. It's actually good. Because listen, we're not the only team, right? Who, because we got a name and we got a big stadium, we think we're better than what we are. And now we're getting a reality check that, nah, you're not actually. You are a mediocre football team with overpaid players, with managers who have no passion for the club, who are not intimidating the players like Alex Ferguson would or Harry Redknapp would, right? Them managers are looking at the players like, well, what are you doing for all that money you're getting paid? And the players would either step up or get shipped out. But these managers have got no passion for the club. They remind me a lot of police officers who police certain areas that they don't live in. And it's just a paycheck. It's just, yeah, let me just do my beat and go home. They're not concerned about the area. Mercenaries. We've got a bunch of mercenaries there. You know what I mean? With all these flipping foreign names. Yeah, that's xenophobic. I said it, right? They don't care about the club. They care about their paycheck. And they're thinking, well, if they relegated, I go back and play in Italy. You know what I mean? I get paid. I mean, I eat pizza and thing. And I go back to South America. I go back here and all that shit there, right? You don't care about the team. Rubbish. Overpaid, overrated, useless. Worst Tottenham team that I've seen since 1979. The worst. By a country mile. Mediocre garbage. Trash. I have no problem at all pointing out how crap and mediocre they are. None at all. None at all. My brethren trying to tell me, oh, the fans should support the players, and that's why we. What chance do we have if we turn against the team, bruh? They're a load of crap, mate. It is what it is. They're crap, garbage. And I've come to terms with it. I don't care. It's not I don't care. I don't want to be talking football from the championship. But we're not. Listen. Teams like I wonder if you guys know. Preston North End used to be a bad boy football team, bro. Preston North End. And there's other clubs who used to be wicked football teams in the 40s, the 50s. They're gone. And they've never been great since. And there's other teams that used to be great. Haven't been great since. And Tottenham could be going down that road. Now, where was we? Bob Arum told us that fans don't pay for the undercard. That's not true. It's not true. It's not exactly true, is it? He probably had a point to what he was saying. I don't know what context he said that in, but I've definitely looked at certain cards first time around and looked at the headline and said, I'm not paying for that. And then after I saw the undercard, I said, okay, I'll pay for it. So Brooke versus Ben sometime this year, I reckon. Del boy, I think Conor Ben news is why Ward decided to release the interview with McKellen's sister. Might be some cynic though. All right. Who does Ward work with? Yeah, it's time he fights some top 147. I agree, Outlaw. Yeah. All this like you signed Tom Aspinall. I don't give a crap about Tom Aspinall. What like, can he box? Huh? What does Tom Aspinall do? Does he have the defensive skills of a slick Cuban and the offensive fight-friendly style of a Mexican fighter? What can he do for me? What can Tom Aspinall? Big news. I've got big news. Yeah, you signed Tom and Aspinall to the Matchroom management. Okay. And what? Oh, I got back at Dana. Big news. The media will be all over it. Yeah, because the media, this media here, all they care about is current stories. They give a crap about the sport. Let me tell you this now, right? If the mainstream media gave a crap about the sport, they wouldn't cover half the stories that are in circulation. They won't cover them. Outlaw says the Ward McClellan interview was a disgrace. Yeah, it was ridiculous. You know what I mean? Will the extended training camp help Thurman or Fundora more? It will help Thurman more. It will help Thurman more. He needs a proper camp, a long camp. He does need it because he's been sitting on his ass doing nothing. So he's been able to get himself back in his own time, his weight, his wind. I still think he's going to lose, though. Delboy says football is generally now just so soulless. The lack of ballers, just robots and athletes now. Can count on one hand players from this era I like watching. I don't watch 90-minute games. I don't watch them. Not Premiership games. It's like terrible. Absolutely terrible. I remember it was a few years back. For the first time I watched a live game on TV a few years back. Tottenham versus Man City at White Hart Lane. And I saw the football replay. I said, that's not a Tottenham team. I said, what is this? It was awful. And then I watched a few more games, like non-Tottenham games. And they were all as mediocre. All the games were, British football's lost its identity. Who did Ward and Bradley commentate for again? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, the long count narrative is exaggerated. It is exaggerated. He got back in by 10, 11. You know what it's like? It's like Mike Tyson against Buster Douglas. Like I was a fanboy. So they rubbed Mike. No, they didn't. No, they didn't rub him. They didn't rub him. He got up at 9, 10, 11, or whatever it was. And Mike got his ass whooped. Like he was getting his ass whooped for the entire fight. It is what it is. Same with Dempsey in a long count against Tunney. All of it, they robbed Jack Dempsey. No, they didn't. He was getting outboxed for the whole fight. Right? Like, Tunney got off the floor, decked Dempsey, and outpointed him. It is what it is. It is what it is. They couldn't take it, man. They couldn't take it. They didn't like the fact that the English boy knotted up the Midwest boy and set him back, I mean, a little worse for wear. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Niggas fronting beef like George McClellan and catch a brain knot. That lyric was dark, boy. It was at the colored section. I dropped a little bit. Oh, boy. People don't know about that hip hop there. Hey, listen, man. He got tucked in. Ben fought rough. He threw rabbit punches. Yes, he did. He roughed him up. But yo, when you go abroad, you've got to take them factors in. Rocky Marciano, right? He beat the crap out of Don Cockle. Elbows, headbutts. He hit him on the break and smacked him up. And Don Cockle manfully took all the blows and got battered. That's what happens when you fight abroad, bro. That's what happens. My God, what's he eating now? Let's have a look at his dinner. This man is crazy. He's absolutely crazy. Yeah, they threw the referee under that. They blamed everyone. They blamed the referee. They blamed long count. They blamed what was it? Ben for taking steroids. Don King sabotaged McClellan with the gum shield. Like, my God, bro. Woo. Yeah, you some sour losers, bro. Y'all some sour losers. Stan Johnson, Ben Johnson, Baby Powder. Y'all some sour losers, bro. Look, Ben got off the canvas and steamed back at him. He steamed the back at him and didn't let him have his own way. Right? The bully got bullied. You had Nigel Benn, you had Frank Bruno roaring like that. Frank Bruno in that orange suit, banging the canvas. Ah, come on, get at him. It was like carnage. It was, and they can't get that. They don't get that, bro. They don't get that, right? They don't get that. They have to make stuff up. Well, his food looks a little healthier here. What's he got? Chicken or something, rice or something? His food looks a bit healthier for once, though. Mr. Fisher's dinner. Mr. Big John Fisher. He's got some sort of salad on there or thing on the plate. Rice and chicken or something and salad. All he does, right? All that man does is post up what he eats. I don't get it. What's his obsession with food like that? I'm not even saying like, look, listen, I've got a lot of crap today, but I'm not posting it all up thinking, oh yeah, yo, this is great. What's the obsession? He's got this food fetish. He's got a food fetish. Kilbrook says he stops both Conor Benn and Eubank. Not at this stage here. Not at this stage here. I'm not saying he loses them fights, but he doesn't stop him. He doesn't stop him. I mean, he didn't even get Amir Khan off his feet. He stopped him, but he couldn't get him off his feet. And what was that, 4 years ago or so? Boy, I might have to switch the heating on, man. I thought they said it was going to be about 14 today. Connor says, no, you couldn't. He tells Kel that he couldn't stop him. Well, he would say that, innit? Now, I want to get this information here, but I'm going to have to clip it to read it. Let's clip it. One sec, people. I'm just going to click this and then read it. Script. Right. Can't read that properly. Let me see. Champion and unification bouts after continued dialogue on March 3. Opetaia's team confirmed the IBF. The fight would not be a unification. Okay. Are they talking about the IBF and Zuffa would not be a unification? And this may halt. I can't read it. It's one sec. Okay, I can read it now. Champion and unification bouts after continued dialogue on March the 3rd. Opetaia's team confirmed the fight would not be a unification and that any belt awarded by Zuffa would be characterized as a trophy or token of recognition. The IPF has not had any discussion regarding this bout with any direct representative from Zuffa Boxing. However, the IBF received assurances from Opetaia that this would be the case. The IBF approved the bout under those conditions, as the bout would no longer conflict with IBF Rule 5E2, which states in part, for the purpose of unification of titles, the preeminent. Have you ever guys seen this word? PREEMINENT. Champions of the World Boxing Association, WBC, and WBO may be designated as elite contenders and may be permitted to fight for the unified title. Okay, they're excluding Zuffa, but them other three sanctioning bodies are good to go. Okay. The press conference held at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas yesterday made it clear that the Zuffa World Cruiserweight title would still be contested on March the 8th. The IBF reserves the right to sanction title bouts. Well, he's still got the Ring Magazine title, I believe, or does he? It was on the table, the Ring Magazine belt. Okay. Well, that's it. They're saying your belt is Mickey Mouse, rude boy. Mickey Mouse is what they're saying. MICKEYMOUSE. Mickey Mouse belt, bro. That's what they're saying. I don't know. Del Boy says Big John would reign. Let me see that comment there. Big John is he just posts up his food. Like, what is good about that? Should rein it in, or it would be Brexit. Terrible example to set. It's not good though. We have a serious obesity problem. Like I rode my bike this morning about 3 miles. I'm about 3 miles on the bike. Yeah. I'm gonna try and do some cardio in the evening. And he's younger than me, bro. But he's just given up. He's given up. And to me, right? Sometimes it's a chore to try and exercise at my age. It's an absolute chore. But it's either that or put yourself through more pain. Because you see, when all this, I don't care about weight, Bosh, just put the hanky bag and eat Chinese, right? When it turns into more serious diabetes or heart attack or stroke, then, right? The jokes are going to stop. The jokes are going to stop, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, it says a lot about society that many people find him entertaining. I agree. Mr. Ben says Brooke couldn't stop Ebony Bridges. Yeah, he's not a good example. He's not a good example. I agree. Just post up food like a kid. Look, Bosh, big plate of food. Bosh. And like your claim to fame is being a boxer, a not too good boxer's dad. And now Now you've got the fame. Now you've got the platform. You're just posting up food. You could do something a lot better with that platform. A lot better. A lot better. Did you have no previous job you did or some previous skills aside from eating? My God. Big up Bruce Guess. Big up Bruce Guess. Del boy, I don't mind that card in Ireland on the zone next weekend. Kakache to beat Jazz. Jazz is tough though, you know. Jazz is slippery, bro. That's why I realized Jazz is a bit slippery. I don't think Kakache's rid his luck a bit, man. He's rid his luck a little in a few fights. Kakache's clever though, isn't it? Kakache's clever. Kakache won that IBF belt from Cordina. Did he have a mandatory against Ray Ford? He didn't take the fight anyway. He got rid of the belt. He said, I'll get rid of the belt. And in that time, right, I'm going to get the bag against Warrington on a Saudi card. And then he went to Nottingham Arena, which I'm assuming is sold out. Took on Lee Wood, won both their fights, and now he's going to challenge for the WBA belt. You see what he's doing? He's manipulating the straps. He's not letting the straps dictate his career. He's dictating the belts. He's dictating his career and using the belts to maneuver him around the board. That's clever. That is very clever. Yeah, I've got Kakache too, though. I think I'm just edging it to Kakache. It's gone under the radar a little. Fight fan, he says, Big John used to sell boxes of meat door to door. That's how he become very well known around Essex. Okay. Listen, man. Listen. I hate being overweight. And I'm not nowhere near. I'm nowhere near his size. Right? Before anyone starts, I'm nowhere near that size. I would never be that proud of being overweight as he is. Never. There's just no way I could be proud of being that size. Give me half a minute. I'm just going to get someone on the phone quickly. Right. Sorry about that, people. Right, here we are. 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 He wasn't going to get to undisputed, was he? He was not going to. He's not getting to it anyway. So it's not really a shame. Nothing was moving anyway. There was no traction on the unifications. He can still fight that McKellian for the scalp. You know what I mean? WD-40 for them creeks. Nah. It's all good. Nah, it's not a shame at all. He's getting paid. It's not a shame at all. Belts are not that, not that important really to boxing. They're not that important. They're only important if they're making the unifications, and it's not that important really. It's not that important. You know what I mean? Joe Frazier had all 3 straps back in the day. He had all 3. He had New York State Athletic Commission, WBA, I think WBC. Let me look it up. Let me go to Joe Frazier and BoxRec. Joe Frazier. Not that Frazier. Frazier is down. It's not that important. Belts are not that important. Let's see what straps he had when he fought James Ellis. Yeah. He had the New York State Athletic Commission title. He had the WBC belt, which was vacant, and the WBA tournament, that belt that he won from the tournament. I don't think no fighter in the history of the sport at the time had more belts than Joe Frazier. But he still wasn't seen as the heavyweight champion. Muhammad Ali was still seen as the heavyweight champion. The British Boxing Board of Control didn't recognize Joe Frazier as world champion. They recognized Muhammad Ali because he was lineal champion. So belts are very convenient when they're needed. They're interchangeable. They always have been. They always have been. You know, if you go back even further, the New York State Athletic Commission and the National Boxing, and they weren't belts. But when we had the National Boxing Association, which today is the WBA, and you had the NY or NSAC, they weren't belts. They were just titles. They weren't belts. They weren't belts. They recognized Ali as champion. He had 3 belts. It is what it is. When he beat Ali, then he got recognition as champion. When he beat Ali, then okay, you're the dude now. Now we recognize you. Now we recognize you. What Jai needs is a real knockout. He might get caught himself though, because he looked vulnerable against that Chinkara, man. He got caught with a whole load of shots, man. There was one left hook that wobbled him pretty bad, but he recovered quickly. But he was tagged. He was tagged. You know what? You know what John Fisher represents? He represents that fat acceptance culture. That's what that's what he represents, man. Fat acceptance. Yeah, you better mind he don't get slept tonight, bro. I mean, or tomorrow. That Brandon don't catch him with something, bro. You know what I mean? What is up? What has happened to society though? Why are we celebrating certain things in society? Does anyone agree with certain things that, like, if you're the size of Johnny Fisher, should you be proud of that? If anyone thinks well beats it's up to him, that's fair enough. But would you be? Should you be proud if you let your weight get to the size he has, and then post up your? There's nothing wrong with okay if you're that size and you're not posting up the food, but there's something weird about it, bro. Al Booger, he says he gets it, but some people take the FAT acceptance things too far. And you know what's bothersome? They're making kids comfortable. What happened to Galahad? Another silent retirement. Why did you say silent? He got knocked out. He got chinned by Kiko. Kiko chinned him. Coppend. He got chinned. Like, why is he so like accepting of and he did it to himself. John Fisher, Big John. He's done it to himself. Why is he so accepting? Why is he like is he masking something? I don't get that. Weird. That killer Kid Galahad knockout, remember that? He was cruising, man. He was cruising. And he got yam up with them shots, boy. Yeah, he had one fight after the Kiko fight. Maxie Hughes. Yeah, his time is done. It's what it is. His time is done. Yeah, he's like he's pushing it, bro. And you know what the worst thing is like he's making a joke of something that like of something that's really serious, bro. Like no disrespect, yeah. You know them people in them Chinese restaurants, yeah, and them Indian people in them Indian restaurants. They don't eat the food they're serving. They serve it to them. I'm just gonna say it, to them white people who pile into them their businesses after opening at the old local. You know what I mean? They don't eat that food there. It's saturated in oil. Yeah, they're nowhere near the size of the people who buy their food. Like you said, Chan, they're nowhere near the size. They don't eat it. You know, the other day, yeah, I had a kebab. Not the other day, the other month. Probably it was last year. I had a kebab, yeah, and I was about a third of the way through the kebab, and my stomach was burning. It was burning me. I was like, whoa. Because it's saturated in old oil that they've been cooking in for how many, I'm not even going to say hours, probably days. Oh, you're eating kebab and chips now, yeah? But it depends on what kebab shop you go to as well, isn't it? Depends where you go to get it. My stomach was burning, man. That's processed meat. It's processed meat. They don't even cook the kebab fresh in the store. It's processed. And that Chinese food, like, you imagine what you eat? Special fried rice. And you got to be like fried rice, like rice in itself, even boiled rice, yeah? Just white rice is full of flipping starch. Right. You get Lebanese, Lebanese. That don't make no difference. You eat that every day. You know, you could get flipping Lebanese hash. You know what I mean? You mash up your gut, bruh. Mr. Pads, I started taking creatine last week. Okay. He said he could see a few improvements already. I don't know which one to get. Yeah. If you eat it once in a while, then it's okay. You eat it once in a while. Like rice is okay. I like they say. I don't think if you're eating rice with vegetables and you know what I mean, and you cook the meat yourself, and it's not been sitting around today in seed for days in seed oils and crap like that, then it's okay. It's okay. John, he doesn't even know what he's eating. That's what you know. It's scary. Like he's in his 50s and he doesn't know what he's eating. He's not asking him, yo, when you start using that oil and stuff like that. You know what I mean? He's in the football ground eating. How do you have dinner like you've got a big plate of dinner in the football ground? Something wrong with him, man. And then you got these mukbang people. Boy, I don't care about Tom Aspinall. I've got no interest in Tom Aspinall at all. Welcome to the family. Why won't my laptop do updates? Is the question. Because the flipping thing's old, isn't it? Old ass laptop. What's this? David Benavides? This is wrestling, isn't it? Two girls fighting with knife. That looks like London. No, it's not London. Definitely not London. Is that real? Fighting with knives, man. My gosh. Mm-mm. Thompson, who? Who's Derek recruited? Jordan Thompson. He's about the same height as Wilder, so they're trying to acclimate themselves to the height of Deontay. Okay. Thompson was an integral part of Tyson Fury's camps when he prepped for Deontay Wilder. So Derek's going down that road, huh? Thompson will be on the undercard of Pat Brown versus Duka, April the 3rd. I'll tell you what, man. Any other bronze bomber has a last good fight, and he probably will. Derek's going to kip, bro. He's going to kip, but I probably think you can beat this version of Wilder, but you never know. You never know. George Liddard versus Tyler Denny is a really good fight for the British title, gone way under the radar. Very good fight. Does Pat Brown beat Jai right now, as Hearn hinted, as soon as Jai left him? No. And he don't deserve the shot, frankly. Yeah, Denny's a good fighter, man. Denny is a good fighter. Could he upset George? Liddard's good, though. Liddard is pretty good. No, it's too early for him. Too early, Coppend. Too early. Little too early. Mr. Pad says, beats. Big John eats for 4 people. Brother spends 20 bags a year on Chinese food alone, probably. That's crazy. Mm-mm. I don't want to be crude, man, but I wonder what like the bed relationship is with his wife right now. It must be like flipping hell, man. Denny, what one did we call? Was it Felix Cash? He put the hands on Felix Cash, bro. Jai fights bums non-stop. He will continue to fight bums. I doubt he's even getting paid that well from Zuffa. Jai seems to have terrible business sense and poor understanding of politics. Says JR. Well, I mean, hopefully he's getting a good check this time, innit? Hopefully he's getting a good check. Brandon's actually a good fighter. And like, say what you want, like Jai's had that belt from 2022. He's the longest reigning cruiserweight out there. He's had that belt since 2022. And he's Ring Magazine champion. He's beat Bradis twice. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's that bad a resume. Personally, I don't think it's that bad. Okay. Bloody do the updates, man. Do the updates. Trying to keep up with this boxing shit. Right, let's refresh it, see if that works. To me, I've done that like 10 times. If it don't work, I'll just go to everything boxing. They cover most of it. Michael Montero, who just met Floyd Mayweather at a local gym. Okay, it's the fastest dog recorded to run. Bloody hell, it's quick, isn't he? Okay, he beat not the rabbits. Are they rabbits? They got an electric rabbit, and he beat them. He's not a greyhound, though, is he? Man, people saying the Zuffa belt shouldn't be recognized as a sanctioning belt. What, like, flipping out, man? I don't get people, man. I really don't understand people. They really buy all this flipping the history of the sport fucking shit. They really buy all of that. My gosh. All the cereals are crap. Every cereal on the market is crap. None of you in the chat can name one healthy cereal. Even porridge is crap. Unless you have it with no sugar, right? If you have sugarless porridge, then okay. But all of the porridge is full of crap and sugar. Granola, the new healthy cereal granola. Granola's a bunch of crap. Processed crap. They put some raisins and nuts in it to make it look healthy. It just tastes good. All right, let's see if he's got any proof. He replied to my query that where's the proof that Nigel Benn feigned exhaustion to get out of testing against McClellan. Let's see what he responds and says. Let's have a look. See if you got any brains in your head. You're just going to come out with the usual. I didn't say he was exhausted. Well, how are you answering a question with something I didn't say? I think it would be safe to say he must have been pretty taxed after getting knocked down twice and getting the ligaments popped in his neck and taking a bad beating against the hardest puncher in the weight class, though. But I mean, like, you know, you go ahead, you just support Conor and Nigel. It's just like, fucking hell, man. The boxing fans are like, just, my gosh. My gosh. He never had a good fight again after he fought McClellan. That will tell you that the fight taxed something out of it. I don't know if he juiced or not. Yeah? And neither do you. So the doubt has to go to him because, like, you haven't got a clue. I haven't got a clue. That's the bottom line, right? And like I said, if Nigel Benn didn't get tested post-fight, you know who else did? Pence. Do they say he was innocent or do they say he was cleared? They say he's cleared. They would say you're cleared. They don't language. He's innocent. Stop it, bro. Stop it. And I don't listen. I don't know if he took them or not. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past no boxer right? Including Anthony Joshua, who you say I'm a fan of, or Floyd Mayweather. Any boxer you say I'm a fan of, I want to put it past none of them with that money that's at stake in boxing to take pets. I want to put it past none of them. It is what it is. I want to put it past none of them. Is this frozen or something? Let me stop sharing the screen. Looks like it's frozen. If I refresh it, it's going to do something mad, isn't it? Let me see what's happening. Yeah, you don't know that. You don't know that, Chan. You haven't got a clue. You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. That's you just being a fangirl right there. Just keeping it real. That's you being a fangirl. And there's nothing wrong with that. But that's all it is. You can't say Joshua don't juice. You don't know. You don't know. So what if he popped? What would you do then? You'd still say he wasn't guilty because that's what you want to believe. What's happened to this stream? All right, it seems like it's gone back now. What's it doing? Anyone could pop. And then what? If we say he can't be popped and he does popped, then what do? We're either going to have to come to reality or defend him because we've put everything behind in conviction that we know we know he won't juice. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. There's people who would have said the same thing about Canelo. No, but you just said Joshua didn't juice. That's what you said. I didn't say he juiced either. I didn't say he juiced. I'm saying I wouldn't be shocked if Joshua or anybody. I'm not singling Joshua out. I'm not singling Joshua out. I'm saying any fighter. I'm saying Joshua because I'm a supporter. Not a fan, I'm a supporter. I like what he's done for boxing, right? But any boxer can pop. Any boxer can pop. And then what? What would you do if he popped then? I don't know if I should know you by now because you said he doesn't juice and now you're saying he doesn't take peds. I've got no reason to believe he does. But it wouldn't shock me if any boxer, it wouldn't shock me if any boxer got caught up. It wouldn't shock me. Now, okay, listen. For you've got a thought process that you have, and that's that. Me, I'm more open to it. I'm more open to what fighters are capable of doing and what they're not capable of doing. I'm more open. Look, that's up to you. You're saying he don't. Okay, so you have some inside knowledge of what he does to prepare for fights. Do you know what he ate for breakfast? Then, like, flipping hell, you seem to know. You seem to know intimate details. Maybe there's more to it. Maybe there's more to it. Because that's something like if you're gonna juice, it's something you're gonna hide from people. So for you to say he doesn't Seems like you know something that everyone else don't know. See, because I would say, so far, there's no need to suspect him. That's what I would say, and leave it there. And that's for any fight. Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, any boxer, yeah, Usyk, any boxer. I've got no reason to suspect them. It's not ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. If you, right, if you say, right, if all right, you know Joshua better than you know me. But if you knew me as well as you did Joshua, and you came out and said Beats would never cheat on his woman, you are attesting to things that you can't be 100% sure that I wouldn't cheat on my woman. You can't be 100% sure unless you're with me like a lot more than what most people are. So I wouldn't know how you know that. I just don't know how you would know that. Yeah, so would I be shocked. But you're saying he doesn't. That means you know 100%. When you say, like, you're not saying if you said I don't think he does, I said I would have left it. But you're saying he doesn't. And I support Joshua too. But I'm not like, that's wild. No, what you said is wild. You said he doesn't. Right. You say, there you go again. Because he don't. It's the language you're using. It's just the language you're using. I'm not that attached to him as you are. That's what I realized from that dialogue. I'm not as attached to him as you are. I'm not that attached that I would say he didn't or he won't. You know, I'm not saying that. I'm not. No way. I wouldn't vouch for no one like that. I wouldn't vouch for no fighter like that. No fight. There's no fighter I would vouch for like that. Personally, I wouldn't vouch for no fighter like that. I don't care who it is. I'm not attached to no fighter like that. I don't know as much as you do. Obviously, I don't know as much as you do. So I can't. I haven't got the inside that you have. You've got the inside. I haven't got it. I haven't got it. Why are you so triggered? Why are you so triggered? Stop commenting on it. Stop triggered. Why are you so triggered? Sorry, you're so triggered. Stop being triggered. Stop being triggered. Grow up a little. Grow up. You're spamming the comment section. Triggered. Al Booger, he said he wouldn't put it past any athlete in any sport. Likewise. 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 They're just flesh and blood and they're humans. Humans are susceptible to do all types of things, bro. You know what I mean? You know what it meant to the Jamaican community? When remember when Ben Johnson? Remember when Ben Johnson? What Olympics did he get caught in? That wasn't Seoul, was it? Was that Seoul? It was 1988, wasn't it? It was. It was. And he went from Canadian to Jamaica. Yeah, it was 88, man. It was 88, Alboga. Yeah. Yeah. And like nobody could be like, this was the fastest man alive. This is one of the most popular human beings or recognized human beings at that time. Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson. And when he popped, it was like, and you know what it's like, right? When people are like become so infamous and so notorious. I remember explaining to somebody, like, I won't say who it is because if they listen, they're going to get triggered all over again. Like I was doing a hangout, and this is years back, and I brought up Roy Jones and his steroid case. And, hey, what are you talking about? You never popped for steroids. And they wouldn't have it. They wouldn't have it. Live on the hangout, they wouldn't have it. And then I had to pull up receipts on the hangout that Roy Jones popped for a steroid, and in the same fight, the Jamaican Richard Hull, he popped for a steroid as well. You know what I mean? He popped for a steroid, and like, even I'm bringing up the documents, right? I'm bringing up the documents, and I don't know if they was in shock, but for the rest of the hangout, yeah, for the rest of the hangout, his contribution was stunted. I don't think he could believe it. Richard Hall, the Jamaican. Are you talking about the Richard Hall fight, Bruce? Yeah, Richard Hall. Yeah, it was a dirty fight. He give him a beating though, bro. He give and Richard Hall popped, but it was a supplement, I believe. They both popped for the same supplement, which was weird, right? And at the time, the IBF didn't strip Roy Jones. You know why they didn't strip him? Because they didn't recognize the testing process in the state where the testing was done. And he kept the belt. And he kept the belt. And listen, and there's more people like that. If you bring up Roy Jones and steroids, they will still be in denial, right? And they will make all types of excuses and they will come up with all types of theories that it's not true because they are Roy Jones sycophants. I don't want to say fanboys, people get triggered, right? They are Roy Jones whatnot, right? That's what it is, yeah? Roy Jones popped for a steroid, yeah? I don't know what it is you think you're telling me. He popped for a steroid. He popped for a steroid. Roy Jones, steroids. There was a steroid. No, it wasn't a steroid. It wasn't a steroid. It was a testosterone precursor. So it's still the same thing. It doesn't matter. You can go into it. It was a supplement. He popped for a performance enhancing substance. No way out. Pro hormone. Bruce Gass, when Roy Jones fought Reggie, it was moved from Vegas to an Indian reservation to avoid testing. Oh, yeah, and he gave Reggie a beating. Yeah. Oh, I should have. I didn't know. I've got an interview with Reggie Johnson on my channel. I should have asked. I didn't know, Bruce. I would have asked him about that. Yeah. Yeah. Testosterone precursor. Testosterone precursor. And Roy Jones claimed it was Rip Fuel. He claims it was Rip Fuel. Yeah. So you don't test for the supplement. You test for the substance. You don't test for the supplement. You test for the substance that's in the supplement. So he claims it's Rip Fuel. Like, if you try to tell the Mexicans that Canelo popped for clenbuterol, they won't have it. They won't have it. And they'll tell you that he was cleared. And okay, he was eventually cleared, but they changed the violation for clenbuterol. And it seemed to me they changed it because so many Mexicans were popping for the same substance, for the same reason why they say they were popping, because of the meat. Because of the meat. Lady Chan said, yeah, he popped. Yeah, he popped. He popped. Bruce Gass, the original Rip Fuel had ephedrine, which is also a banned substance. Listen, a lot of them boxers got away with a lot of stuff when it was just urine testing. And then sometimes it just went wrong and they got caught up. And they got caught. You know what I mean? The testing process, for whatever reason, caught them up. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the manager didn't pay a sweetener to the commission. And they're hanging you out to dry now. You know what I'm saying? They're hanging you out to dry. Simple as that. If you want to contest it, we can go to court, is what they're saying. We can go to court. All boxers are capable of doing it. Because boxers are insecure. I mean, what's happened to that Frank Warren guy, Dennis McCann? What's happened to Dennis? I haven't seen Dennis in the ring for ages. How come this case ain't resolved yet? Or is he retired? Would I be shocked if Conor Benn was guilty? No. No, I wouldn't be shocked at all. Right? But the National Anti-Doping Panel cleared Dennis twice. Those are the facts. Whether people like it or not, I didn't clear him. People are acting like I cleared him. I didn't clear him. It's not my news. Do you think I care if he popped guilty or not? You think that affects me, bruh? It don't affect me, dog. I still gotta pay these bills here. Why do you think it like, what does it do for me if Conor Benn is guilty or not? What does it do for me? Nothing at all. Nothing. And they didn't clear him once, they cleared him twice. That's for whatever reason, they most of the supplements are not banned. Most of the supplements are not banned. They will ban you for the banned substance in the supplement. Like if they find because it's the blood test can't tell if you're taking most of the supplements. The blood tests are there to test you for certain substances. So a precursor testosterone is going to catch it. A steroid is going to catch it. If it's in the supplement, it's going to catch it. But it's not going to say, "Oh, you took RIP fuel," because it wouldn't know the compounds from any supplement similar to it. So they won't be able to tell you it's RIP fuel. It's just going to say precursor testosterone. And Roy's going to say, "Oh, I took RIP fuel." It's down to that. Or he'd say, "Oh, it was that. Oh, is that?" They didn't find RIP fuel. Roy said it was RIP fuel. It was Roy who said it was RIP fuel. Like when Dillian got popped, there was a substance in the supplement, but Dillian, is it Jack free? Something Jack. He said he took something Jack. Right? Jack 3D. Yeah? Jack 3D. That's the one. Jack 3D. But when you say it's not legal, right? It's not legal to buy behind the counter. Right? It's not legal to buy behind the counter. If they find that you've took Jack 3D, let's say it's sanctioning, but if let me go check it actually. Let me go check before I say anything. Let me see, because I'll be learning something here. Is Jack 3D banned by VADA? No. Let me rephrase it. Jack 3D banned by VADA. Okay. I take that back. It didn't used to be, though. It didn't used to be. It was the substance in it that was banned. Although, see, I'm going into semantics now. Jack 3D is now banned by VADA, right? And RIP Fuel is probably banned as well. But when Roy got popped, they didn't test him for RIP Fuel. He got tested for the testosterone, the precursor testosterone, and then Roy put up the reason for the positive test as ripped fuel. He submitted that. But nowadays, with the database, they won't accept that because you're supposed to go and take that RIP fuel to the database, right? Go to the website, type it in, and see what's in it, and that's how you absolve yourself. There's no way out now. Bruce says legal and banned are two different things. Yeah. Yeah, that's it, Bruce. They don't ban individual supplements. They ban certain ingredients in them. That's the best way to describe it. Yeah. Mr. D said RIP Fuel used to be the thing, or the ting, the Londoner. He lost 4 stone using that and training hard. Okay. I might have to use some of that. Lady Chances Beats when you pop. If you say it's because you took a supplement, you give them the supplement you've taken, and when they test it, and it comes up with the banned ingredients. Like Ryan Garcia, he submitted them substances. All right, Bruce says, don't waste your money on it. Okay. I've never took a supplement. I've never took any supplement ever. I've never ever took a supplement. Never. Mr. DL, it ups your stamina, endurance, and intensity at peak levels. The ish could be banned during fight week, in my opinion, but fine for training. No, it's on the AI overview will tell you what happened to Roy. He tested for a precursor testosterone, and then he submitted a RIP fuel for the reason he tested for it. It's probably been on the ban list since. Because when you test, they're gonna ask you for an explanation. You got to be like try and make a case that you didn't deliberately juice. And his was he took ripped fuel. They're all listen. I'm not going to say they're all juicing. Yeah, they're all not saying they're all, but sports nowadays, bro. Been trying to find the stuff Billy Joe Saunders popped for. Look for how much weight he sheds. Billy got done for a nasal congestion that was on the ban list. How much does Billy weigh now, bro? Flipping now, man. Billy looks like flipping packed on enough weight, man. Billy Joe Saunders now. My God, Billy. What's he done to himself? That's crazy. And how old is he? He's still young, man. He's still young. He's too young to have let himself go like that. How old is he? He's not even 40 yet. Billy's not even 40. Billy's only 36, man. It's young, man. Which area in the UK, says Copend, would you say has produced the best or even most fighters? I seem to remember in the 2000s, there seemed to be many fighters from Manchester. Now, hardly any fighters from there. Yeah, 2000s, who did you have? Michael Gomez. Amir Khan is Bolton. He's not Manchester. Ricky. There's names there. You had the Champs Camp. You had Carl Thompson. Michael Brody. Michael Brody. Remember Michael Brody? He was pretty good. Jamie Moore. Yeah, they did produce a lot though. They did produce a lot. I don't think there's no particular area right now. London's a bit off the ball. Is there? I don't think there's no London. Is there any world champions from London right now? No, I don't think there is. Have I got that wrong? I don't think there are no world champions from London right now. That is crazy, dog. What has happened? Have we fallen off that bad? Are we that crap? Is London the Tottenham Hotspur of boxing right now? No, I'm talking about world champs. English champ. We've probably got a few English champs. Yeah, I mean, David Barnes. I remember David Barnes. Anthony Farnell. Yeah. Yeah, they did produce quite a bit in Manchester. Who's the guy Kilbrook fought from there? He was a British champion. I forgot his name now. Michael Jennings. Was Michael Jennings from Manchester? So what's happened in Manchester? Why has it fell off like that? Man, I want to get punched in their face, innit? Man, I want to get punched up no more. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you had Morris Core. That was Camp. Carl Thompson, Ensley Bingham. He was a big puncher, wasn't he? The Armstrong brothers. Yeah, man. London man, Manchester man. That was balling team now, innit? This flipping laptop just keeps switching off. What's going on? What's going on, Rude Boy? What is going on? What is going on with it? I'm gonna have to change the mains. It's a mad thing. Got to mute for a sec. Mad world. Mad. Right, I've got to close some of these windows on the computer. Not that one. Yeah, London's got a bit soft, man. We've got 2 British champions in Tottenham, if that counts. 30 seconds to name the 2 British champions from Tottenham, and you got to get the weight class. 2 British champions from Tottenham currently. Name them both. Now you got to name. I'm not going to answer to your name both. I won't give you a correct answer unless you get both. I don't know. Maybe they're more into rapping and them things these days, isn't it? Maybe it's more a rap thing than. I think there's more boxers. There's more professional boxers actually boxing now though than maybe a few years back though. Right. Let's try and get some news stories up. It's this box on the mains. Vidal Riley. Vidal Riley and TKV are the 2 names. Right. Yeah, Riley from Tottenham, man. From Tottenham. He's on the undercard of Fury Matmadov, Misfits Pro. He's on that undercard. I don't think there's no boxing on the zone tonight. How far are we in? We're 2 minutes, 2 hours, 2 hours in already? Bloody hell. 2 hours in already, people. Yeah, they weren't leveraging nothing for Jai. They weren't doing nothing for Jai anyway. You know what I'm saying? The purses he was getting weren't that good. IBF. Inoue versus Nakatani. No one's really talking about that. Probably outside Japan. No one's talking about it. Jake Paul has struck a deal. Okay, he's on ESPN. They said that Top Rank were going back on ESPN. Paul has swooped in. So what's ESPN going to do? Show a whole load of women boxing? There's no market on there for that. There's no market. So what? Has he got any dudes on MVP? Is it just women? I know he's got to deal with Sky Sports as well, so he's getting around. He's getting around. I think he's still going to do some DAZN shows, they were saying. So he's got a few imprints there. I don't know if he'll be back on Netflix for now. No one's interested in Dalton Smith versus Puello. It's been ordered. We've got to reach a deal before April, or it's purse bids. No, I don't think he's got no male fighters, man. I don't think he's got no male fighters. So that looks dead as right now. Oh well, I think that's the end of the news, man. Eddie's big news was he signed Philippine Tom Aspinall. No one cares, mate. No one cares. Kilo Torres. Who's Kilo Torres? Man, this boxing shit is corny, man. It's corny. Man's talking about signing Warren Aspinall like that's some flex. It's not really a flex, man. All right, so why is my phone not showing up on the flipping PC? Is there any reason for this? You're crazy. Let me put it in again. Come on. Bloody hell. That's weird. Can't get my phone. There ain't really no news, man. There ain't really no news. Except Aspinall and Jai's ain't got the belt no more. Zuffa didn't even bother contacting the IBF about the fight. They found out via social media, which shows their intentions not to recognize the belts. Jai's team tried to salvage the situation, but Zuffa don't really care. Team Jai failed him. How do they fail him? They haven't failed him. He's getting paid for the fight. They haven't failed nothing. I haven't failed nothing, yeah? There was no guarantee he was going to get undisputed at 200. They haven't failed nothing. You know what I mean? He needs to get a highlight reel against Glanton, which is going to be difficult because he takes a good shot and he's tough. They haven't failed nothing. Yeah? His last fight was on pay-per-view in Australia. They're not saying that. See, people ain't telling the truth about these situations. They're not telling the truth. It's all about, fail this and belts this. Listen, this man didn't get paid for his first 19 pro fights. His first 19 pro fights, he didn't see a check. Yeah? He's had the belt for 4 years and he still hasn't got a decent payday. So stop all this. They failed him. That Turkey failed. They've just got on the Jai Opetaia business. Stop all that. Boxing failed. Boxing failed. They have no structure for him to be able to unify the belts. So therefore, he can get on the ladder to get bigger purses. They've got nothing. And none of the sanctioning bodies did nothing to assist him. There's no union that he can go to where they're a joined thought process where this can change. No, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. So they didn't fail anything. They didn't fail anything. People just like, what it is, man, people just get comfortable in it. You just want to see him walking around in a red belt, like they're saying something. It's not saying anything. It's not saying anything. It's just you're used to seeing it, right? So there's no fail. There's no Dana failed him. No, that's a load of crap. And if he wins, he'll get challenges. Lady Chance's boxing failed Jai. Al Booger, totally. What's happening in boxing is 100% self-inflicted. Of course it is. Of course it is. I mean, he wouldn't be fighting for a Zuffa belt. If the Zone had paid for his last defense, which is a mandatory, right? They didn't pay for it. How much do you think Jai got paid for his last fight? He got peanuts because the Zone didn't pay for it and it was on pay-per-view in Australia. He got peanuts. The system failed a long time ago. He'd be lucky if he took 100K home. He'd be very lucky. I don't know what he got. He'd be lucky if he took 100K. He'd be lucky. He'd be lucky. Right. Boots versus Rashid Ellis? Anyone interested in that fight? Is anyone interested in Boots Rashid Ellis? I don't think so. I don't think so. Not the best fight, to be honest. You know what I mean? Not the best fight. Not the best fight at all. 154 is choking itself right now, man. I don't know if it's next. 154 is choking itself, man. See, that's what I'm saying, man. What's the difference between like Jai and Boots? Like fucking, getting the fights, bro. The fights ain't being made. And he's got an interim sanctioning body title. Nobody cares. It's garbage. It's all garbage. It's all a whole load of garbage. Jim says he'll watch it, but he's not excited. Chan says, good luck with that one. When is it? I don't know. They're speaking about it. They're speaking about it right now. Bruce Gus says, Boots, the king of the tune-ups. You're not getting the fights. All right, people. Lady Chan says, Eddie can't get Boots the big fights like he thought. He better mind he don't go to Zuffa. Yeah, that's not right. You better have that paperwork tight on his contract. He might be off for real. He might be out of there. He might well be out of there. Javante Davis going back and forth with Eddie Hearn. He said he'll knock Eddie's head off. Eddie said with a step ladder. Oh no. Are people really blaming Zuffa for Jai not being able to get fights on the way to be undisputed? They're blaming Zuffa for that. How are they blaming Zuffa? What was Zuffa supposed to do that the other sanctioning body couldn't do for the 4 years he's had the belt? What were they supposed to do? That Luke Thomas tore Mike Coppinger up, didn't he? He tore him up, man. He tore him up. Crescencio says Zuffa keeping Jai active. Yeah, you got a point. He's active, and at least the people are going to see his fight this time. That's been crap. That like the undercard and the promotion for the fight, not impressed. No one saw Jai's fight last time out, apart from that when they uploaded it to the internet. I didn't pay for it. I didn't pay for Jai's last fight. And Joe, like, until late, was saying that the IBF belt was going to be on the line. No, it's not. Dan Raphael. He's in the dialogue here. Let's see what this dialogue is saying. Dan is in. Somebody says Zuffa belt is not recognized title. The Ali Act changes are not law yet, so technically they still shouldn't have their own belt. So this should not be recognized as a unification. How the fuck is this hard for you to accept? You're getting paid. Dan Raphael says, idiot. Zuffa belts are not recognized or legally approved until the new law is signed. Therefore, it's a trophy belt and not relevant to the IBF rules. Okay. So Dan is saying that the IBF shouldn't have stripped him then. If it's not an official belt, why would they strip him then? Does Dan? I think Dan has a point there. The Zuffa belt cannot really be official until the amendments on the Ali Act are passed. So should the IBF have stripped him? It's difficult to know where they're going now. What you said there makes no sense at all, Mr. Deal. What you're saying there makes no sense at all. If he wanted undisputed, he would have never signed with Zuffa, simple as. That is just such a flawed statement. It couldn't be like, it's so flawed on all levels of logic. It's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy statement. You're saying that the Ali Act only applies in the US, making it null and void elsewhere. I don't think you're right on that. I don't think you're right. I don't think you're right. If you fight him in America, right, the amendments in the Ali Act are only applicable in America. The amendment is not covering the other statutes. So what you're saying there is not correct. The other sections of the Muhammad Ali Act outside of the UBO, yes, you're right. But the amendments, no. They can defend that belt anywhere else. Hey, listen, they're talking to the British Boxing Board of Control to recognize the Zuffa belt. So it all depends on who's on board and who's not. No, I tell you what, before I explain how you're explain how, if he wanted undisputed, he wouldn't have signed with Zuffa, right? Explain that to me. If you can explain it to me, right? There hasn't been a cruiserweight champion, undisputed champion, since 2018. Since 2018. It's 2026. right? He's had the belt for 4 years now. For 4 years. And hasn't had one unification. But you're saying if he wanted undisputed, he shouldn't have signed to Zuffa. His last fight wasn't even covered by the DAZN network. He was further away from unifications than ever when he was the IBF champion. And he still is. It's making no difference at all. There was what small chance? He's 30 years of age. How long do you think he's gonna? So what? You expect him to wait around for how long to fight Zurdo? How long should he wait? How long should he wait? He's 30 years of age. Well, the IBF belt's not leveraging. You're not explaining what it's leveraging. You're saying Dana don't want to work with the sanctioning bodies, right? The sanctioning bodies didn't want to work with Jai. It's not leveraging anything. Name me how much undisputed champions there are in boxing right now. Name me how many. Name me how many undisputed champions there are in boxing currently, right? Name me how many. Name me how many fighters of all 4 belts in boxing. And once you name that, then you'll have your answer to why you're totally incorrect in what you're saying. You can keep finding other things, but name me how many 4-belt undisputed champions there are in boxing right now. Name me how many there are. No, just men's. Just men's. Just men's. Just men's, not women. Just men's. Name me how many 4-belt world champions there are. Just men. I think Inoue is the only one. I'm not moving the goalposts. No, I'm not moving the goalposts at all. No, I'm not moving the goalposts. You're moving the goalposts. You are moving the goalposts. I am not moving the goalposts. You're moving the goalposts. You said, Jai, if he wanted to fight for undisputed, right, he should have stayed. Yes, okay. Maybe by 2040, he could have been fighting for undisputed. He's 30 years of age. He's had the belt since he was 26. The only reason Usyk became undisputed champion was because there was a WBSS tournament. That's the only reason he became undisputed champion, right? The only reason Terence Crawford became undisputed at 140 is because in Ndongo and Eddie Hearn had options on Ndongo, and if he didn't agree to fight Crawford, it wouldn't have got done. It's extreme circumstances why we're getting undisputed. The last two, if Turkey didn't pay for Usyk versus Fury, we wouldn't have got it, right? Fury was not going to fight for the money that Frank Warren could generate, right, without Turkey's money. And that goes, it's the same for Beterbiev and Bivol. Bob Arum said, I'm pouring cold water on the fight because Bivol is boring. So you saying that, oh, well, you just keep the IBF belt, means nothing, really. It means nothing. I'm not moving the goalposts, bro. I'm not moving the goalposts. It means nothing. There's one undisputed champion out of 18 weight classes if you include Bridgerweight. One. Boxing is broken. Boxing is broken. He's had to listen. Sometimes in life, you have to change your plans. In life, as a grown-up, and I'm not having a go at you, but you have to change your plans. So at one stage, he might have wanted undisputed. But then when Zerdo said, I'm going to fight Benavidez, and mind you, right, Benavidez, he should have been trying to get Bivol in the ring and fight him for undisputed at 175, right? Boxers are finding ways out of unifications. They're looking for more lucrative fights out of unification. The sanctioning bodies are useless. So you saying he should hold on to the IBF belts when the sanctioning bodies have never been weaker. We've got too many sanctions. See, a lot of you weren't watching boxing when there was 2 straps. I was. I was actually paying bills when there was 2 straps in boxing. Right? I was watching boxing when there was 2 straps. I was paying bills. Nah, if you compare, I mean, see the thing, you see, look, I mean, your comment is absolutely like, listen, I'm trying not to insult you guys in the chat, right? Because I know you don't like it. If you can't see the logic or the illogical comparison comparing the FA Cup to what the sanctioning bodies do, if you can't see it, I'm not going to explain it to you. I'm not going to explain it to you. Jai was never in the FA Cup. He was never in the FA Cup. Boxing don't have the equivalent of an FA Cup where there's a winner determined at the end of round 3. It's starting round 3, yeah? Round 4, quarterfinals, semis. There's no FA Cup. There's not one undisputed. You're not listening. And I'm going to, you know something? I'm going to stop it there because you're not understanding where I'm coming from and you can't understand what you're saying, how flawed what you're saying is. I'm not going to explain it no more. It's a waste of time. I waste my time explaining. I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. No problem, bro. No problem. Peace to you. Have a good Saturday, man. Enjoy your Saturday. Enjoy your Saturday. I mean, look what you just said. I mean, do you understand what you're writing? Are you like, look, I'm not being funny, bro. I'm gonna actually snap what you wrote. Like, I'm actually gonna clip it. I'm actually gonna clip your last comment, right? I'm actually gonna clip your last comment. Not being funny. I'm gonna clip it. I'm actually gonna clip your comment. I'm gonna actually clip your comment. I'm gonna actually clip your comment, right? I've actually clipped it. You made 2 statements in your last comment, right? That basically said the same thing, and you didn't even realize what you did. This is crazy, bro. This is crazy, bro. Not being funny, it's crazy. And I really, truly, I should ignore a lot of your comments. I should ignore them. This is partly my fault. I should ignore them. I should ignore the comment. You know what I mean? I should ignore it. Because even I'm going to show you what you did, and you're still going to be adamant that you said nothing wrong, right? I'm going to show you it in writing. I'm going to put the clip up and show you in writing what you said or what you printed. And you're still not going to see where you was wrong. You're still not going to see, like, the total contradiction in your comment. You're still not going to see it. You're still not going to see it. I'm going to wait to clip it. I'm going to wait to clip this one. Unbelievable. Unbelievable what you just said there. I've got to stop doing that. It's my fault. It's my fault. It is my fault. It is my fault. It's not. I mean, like, my gosh. I mean, like, not being funny. This is crazy. That is a crazy post you just put up there. Right. Piers Morgan is a wanker. You're an absolute idiot, man. Piers Morgan. What a fool. Man, the biggest fool ever, you know. Wow. So why you want to play me though? Oh man. Well, they say walking is not enough exercise. Yes, it is. Most people ain't even walking. So I don't know what you're getting on there. If you're expecting anyone to do super workouts, especially if they're at my age or right, most people ain't walking at all, bro. They're not walking at all. I'll have a look at that article in a minute. I mean, when I jump off. Especially in I mean, like in the black community, right? I go to a lot of green spaces, right? Where there's lots of walkways, people jogging and walking, dogs walking, just walking by themselves, and you see maybe a couple black people a week at the most, sometimes none. Not exercising, not walking enough. You know what I mean? Driving, taking buses, not walking. You know the only people I see, right? In the posh area where I walk in the grass area, I see some black women sometimes walking and some of them jogging. I see a few black women. And there's a few in particular I see. And then you got the outdoor gyms. You know them little outdoor gyms, they're pretty good. You see the Eastern Europeans? The Eastern Europeans use the outdoor gym. They use it. They use it. They're not like, oh well, I don't want them to see me working outside. No, they go outside and they work out. They work out and use the outdoor gym. They use the resources that the council have provided. But it's all right. When the heart disease catches up with you, the high cholesterol diet catches up with you, it's all good, in it. It's all good. You know what I mean? Have a nice stroke in your new J's and shit. You know what I'm saying? Telling you, bro. By the time a lot of people get to my age, yeah, their muscle mass would have shriveled up to nothing, bro. Would have shriveled up to nothing by the time they get to my age. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, B. You know what I mean? Telling you. keep Dana away from world boxing. Zuffa is shit. Right. I mean, what's like unbelievable? Do you think Jai would have signed if he was getting opportunities to fight for unifications? Why do you think so much boxers are signing? Although Jarrell Miller said he's not signing. It's not for everyone. Jarrell Miller said, you said, Mr. Deal, I know he couldn't get fights. You said, right, look at your first statement. I know he couldn't get fights, but he definitely won't get the fights now. Your second statement is contradicted by your first one. You said you know he couldn't get fights. Your first statement, your second statement is contradicted by your first one. If you don't see that, then all right, we'll call it a truce there, right? If you can't see the contradiction from I know he couldn't get the fights, but he definitely won't get the fights now. Didn't he leave because of he left because of your first statement? Your first statement is why he left the old belt system. Your first statement was why he left. So what difference does it matter if he won't get the fights now? If you're saying he couldn't get the fights, what difference does it matter if he won't get the fights now? You guys are blaming, not being funny, you're blaming Zuffa. He couldn't get the fights. So he left. And he was probably hoping that they could maybe get, but there's no way. Listen, boxing is broken. And yet, listen, they probably are using him. They probably are using him to bring up this Zuffa thing. But boxing is busted. Okay, so how much people saw Jai's last fight? Down under. How much people saw Jai's last fight? How much people saw Jai Opetaia's last fight? That was on pay-per-view, right? How much people you think saw that in the arena or around the world? I'll tell you what, Mr. D, I'll leave it. I'm not going to reply. Just out of respect, yeah, because I don't want it to end up that I'm talking over you. I won't reply. I'm not even going to reply to you. I'll leave it for now because you're still not even acknowledging. Like, your first statement contradicted the second. You're still not acknowledging that. You still can't. You haven't acknowledged it. So if you can't acknowledge that, I'll leave it. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. It's not a problem. No one saw his last fight, bro. Right? The fact that most people saw his fight, either by Fire Stick or they waited for it to be uploaded from whatever pay-per-view platform it was. Do you know what pay-per-view platform it was on? No, neither do I. Neither do I. It's a flop. It flopped. The last fight flopped. The reason he was at Zuffa is because he basically got a 6-rounder purse for a world champion. That's it. People are not realizing the reality of boxing, bro. People are not understanding. You know what it is, yeah? People are seeing people in the camera, right? Oh, look, you're on the camera, so you must be somebody. He didn't get paid for the last fight. He did not get paid. Who said it was with Matchroom? Why are you saying stuff I didn't say? Who said it was with Matchroom? And what difference is that? What is that relevant to that point? He didn't get no 100. Who paid him 170K on pay-per-view? Who paid him 170K? Where do you get that figure? His money was drawn from pay-per-view revenue, right? That figure ain't out there. You made that. I don't know. I'm saying you made that up, bro. Bro, stop it, bro. Stop it. Stop it. He didn't get no 170K, bro. He didn't get no 170. You think 170K is easy to generate, right? You think that money's easy to generate? Who bought the pay-per-view? How much pay-per-view did it do to generate 175K? If you sell 20, 100, a few thousand pay-per-views, how do you raise 170K? He fought for peanuts, bro. Literal peanuts. There's no money in boxing like that. Turkey's overpaying people, right? He's overpaying people. That's what you see. People are being overpaid, right? Jai's purses have been absolutely crap, right? Even when he was on DAZN. That's why he's there. Crap purses. There's no money in the game, bro. There's no money in the game. Fight for no money, bro. Right? You can't fight. Listen, Brandon's a dangerous fighter, bro. You can't take these fights for no money at all. His other option was to stay on Tasman. He didn't have a deal. Do you understand that? He didn't have a deal. Matchroom were not going to sign him. There's no top rank there. Frank Warren ain't signing him, right? Oscar not signing him. He didn't have a deal. At least Paramount, a big network, he's going to get a decent payday. Yeah, he was a free agent, champ. That's right. He was a free agent. He did not have a deal. He didn't have the comfort of DAZN bankrolling the event. He didn't have that. 170K is not a lot of money. You do know that for a world champion either, right? He don't get the whole of that 170K, right? There's operation costs for the pay-per-view and Tasman and out of listen. If he made that, right, you got the operation costs, you got management, you got to pay the whole of the undercard as well, right? If he made 170K, he's not taking that much money. Got to pay his trainer a percentage out of that. It's not that much money. It's not that much money. And taxes. There you go. You're saying he should stop talking about undisputed. I don't. Oh boy. Anyway. All right. Cool. Anyway, you've got a vision in your head of what you're saying, and you're going to stick by, and you should as well. But we'll leave it. We'll leave it. Dude, let's draw a line under it, yeah? Let's draw a line under it. Crazy. He's in the best place. He joined the best outlet for the environment that he's working in. This is the best solution for him. At least on Paramount, he's going to have an audience. He's going to have an audience on Paramount. And he's definitely going to get a better purse than what he got last time out. I mean, To be honest with you, he might be, because if he's a Zuffa champion, he might, you know what, like if he wins, he might. I don't even think he's eligible for the 750K, because you've got to be a champion to get the 750K. So if he wins, he'll be on 750K a fight. The Zuffa champion gets 750K, but he's not champion yet. He's the IBF champion, but they're not sanctioning it. It works out. Listen, it works out better for Dana. Yeah, it works out better for Dana. He's getting to pay a Ring Magazine champion 750K, and if it draws a big viewership, if it draws a lot of advertising and sponsorship rev, etc., it works out well for Zuffa. But then again, Jai has nowhere else to go. He's got nowhere else to go. He was a free agent. Eddie weren't going to sign him. And when Zuffa did sign him, then it was like, oh, you signed my fight. I didn't sign your fight. You was going to leave him. You was going to leave him on the side of the street, bro. You're going to leave him on the side of the street. There was no unit. He could still fight that Michaelian. They could still get him in the ring next time around, but it will be for the Zuffa belt. Let's see if Michaelian might drop the Zuffa belt, drop the WB. What's he got? The WBC belt? He might drop the WBC and fight Jai for the Zuffa, but it depends how much they're paying him. It's all about money. It's all about money right now. All this unification, legacy, and glory stuff, the promoters that keep selling it to the fans, and it hurts the fighters. It hurts them because basically they can't get these fights. And then the fans get frustrated and say, oh, you shouldn't have signed with that guy when he couldn't get the fights. But it's guys like Eddie who keep peddling, yeah, I'm sticking with, he's a Nicky Nash belt. I ain't never fighting for legacy, IBF and this and that. And then at the cold heart of the market, he can't make these fights. He couldn't make Croker versus Haney because he didn't have Turkey's money, and he admitted it himself. He said he can't make Boots versus Virgil without Turkey's money. It's a con job, bro. It's a con job. And the fighters like Jai suffer for it. They're promoting the belts as these big, important things in boxing, right? When boxers are finding a way around fighting unifications, around fighting for risk reward, like Fury, Matmadov, like Ben, Progress. Ben could have got a tough fighter than that. He could have got a way tougher fight. But they're saying 15 million. I don't believe they're paying him 15 million just to fight Progress. I think there's an extended agreement, maybe a couple of fights. He gets past Progress and then he'll get 15 million maybe. It's crazy. He had nowhere to go. His other option was to do another pay-per-view on Tasman. That was his other option. Do another pay or sit on the sidelines, frustrated. Just money now. It's just money. All this undisputed, it's just money. Money. You can't even trust the propaganda, bro. Like what did Boots' brother say? He believes that Rick Meridian and Virgil and Rick Meridian and Oscar are making up all this lawsuit business to keep Virgil away from Boots. And when he said it, I was thinking, I was actually thinking that myself. But I didn't want to say it because people say, no, Boots is stretching too far. I was thinking the same thing myself. Right? I was thinking the same thing myself, but I didn't put it out there. And I still say, if I do, it's just a theory. I'm not saying it's 100%. It wouldn't shock me at all. That wouldn't shock me at all. Yep, that's right. Belts only good for holding up trousers. That's the only thing they're good for. Belts are I'm telling you, they're the destruction of our sport right now. Right? And the worst thing is to be a fighter like Jai, declaring you want to fight for unification, and then you don't get the fights. Then everybody says, "Oh, you need to stop talking about unification. You're not fighting nobody." It's crazy. You don't see Zerdo getting the amount of pressure that Jai's getting, and he's blatantly avoided the fight. The best thing to do is pretend that you don't care about the belt. The best thing to do is pretend you don't care about the belts. That's the best thing to do. Is to pretend you don't care about it. And if you get a good offer to fight for one, then maybe take it. The best thing to do is that. None of the sanctioning bodies said, "Yo, let's get a tournament going so we can get an undisputed cruiserweight champion." The reason USEC is undisputed is because of the WBSS tournament. The only reason that Inoue's first undisputed belt was in a WBSS tournament, right? Josh Taylor managed to become unified champion with the WBSS tournament. And then Bob Arum signed him, and then he was able to get hold of the other two straps. There's no, unless you got the tournament structure or someone like Turkey coming in, you're not getting no undisputed champions. The boxers are literally going into a losing battle. They're going into losing battles. The only reason Chris Billion Smith fought Zerdo is because he thought he was easier than Jai, and he got his ass bust. His career's finished now. My man bust up his face. He ain't fought another good fight since then. People telling me that he washed Brandon on the clock. He scraped past him. The game is rigged. The game is rigged. The game is rigged. No, I didn't agree with your perspective at all. You said he should stop calling out for undisputed. I'm saying the best thing is to pretend you're not interested. It's not the same. Not really the same. It is in a way. But he did the right thing. He tried to do the right thing by boxing fans. Right? He tried to do the right thing by boxing fans, and then instead he gets told by guys like you should just stop calling out for so that means you don't want to see thing then. But by your logic then you don't want to see. You don't want to see so you don't want to see unification fights then. That's what you're saying then. So why did you say it then? The system is against the fighter anyway. The system is against the fighter. The system is against the fighter. Yeah, he would have been better. Yeah, he would have been better off doing what you're saying. I'm not saying I agree with what you're saying. But he would have been better off doing what you said. You didn't say that anyway. You said he should stop calling out. Calling undisputed. It's ridiculous. He's getting blamed for trying to do the right thing and fight for unifications, and then he's getting blamed for doing that. So yeah, so what I'm saying is yes, he'd probably be better off doing what you're saying. Yeah, he's probably right. That don't mean I agree with what you're saying. I'm saying if you're going to say that, he might as well, right? And he can't get the fights. He might as well do that. But he shouldn't be. I'm saying you shouldn't be condemning him for trying to do the right thing. But if people are going to be like you and say he hasn't fought nobody, really keep calling out for undisputed and not doing nothing, he might as well give up. He might as well give up. That's what I'm saying. He might as well give up. He might as well sign to Zuffa and get the money. So we're saying the same thing. Now, there's not a middle ground, really. There's not a middle ground. You might think there's not really a middle ground. There's not really a middle ground there. There's not really because the reason there isn't a middle ground is I'm not persecuting him because people are ducking him. You're persecuting him literally because people are ducking him. And then you're saying he shouldn't have signed for Zuffa when he's not even getting enough to feed his family from his title fights. His last fight was a mandatory. Then you're saying he shouldn't have signed for Zuffa. So you can't say I'm not saying the same thing as you. Because I'm not saying he shouldn't have signed for Zuffa. So, I mean, there's no middle ground. There is no middle ground. He definitely should have signed for Zuffa. And he should say he should say F the sanctioning belts because they've done nothing for him. They've done nothing for him at all. Right? They've done nothing for him at all. Let me look at his career actually. Let's have a look. The first fight he had let's have a look. Who was he with in that fight, the first fight? Right. The first fight he had with Matchroom was against Jordan Thompson at Wembley Arena. Who headlined? He headlined against Jordan Thompson. All right. Then after that, his next three fights were all paid for by Turkey. Matchroom didn't back no money into them fights. They were all paid for by Turkey, right? Then the next two in Australia against Nikaya, let's have a look. Right, Eddie's on the paperwork, but basically, right, you've got Spencer Brown, Mick Francis, Tasman, all combining to put that card on against Nikia, right? So Eddie's not coming out of pocket for that fight, and for some reason Eddie's name is on the paperwork against Squayo, but they're not doing. They're not bankrolling these fights. This is Tasman basically putting on these cards, and they're not getting no return for them. There's no money in them fights, and the Chikara fight, forget about it, right? That's not even on the zone, right? At least when he's fighting Nakaya and Squayo and there's no Turkey money, he's getting bankrolled by the zone. His next fight would have pushed him into boxing poverty. It would have put no DAZN money, no Turkey money, right? But you're saying he shouldn't sign for Zuffa. So what should he have done then? What should he have done? Should he have not signed for Zuffa and wait around in his 30s for a unification, which you're saying he shouldn't call out for? There's no middle ground. I'm not saying anything you're saying. I'm not saying anything you're saying. I'm saying he should go on about his business now. Crazy. And a few people have did that. Beat said he was going to retire. Okay, he's all right. He said he was going to retire if the Zuffa didn't come in. That's how bad it was for him. Yeah, desperate. It got desperate. That's sad. That's pretty sad. That's pretty sad it got there for him. And on his debut, he's got a lot of people coming down on him for situations that weren't in his hand. It's sad. He's got no support from the boxing fans who say they always say they look out for the fighter, but they don't. They don't. They always shit on the fighter. Inadvertently, don't even realize they always shit on the fighter. He should have done this. He should have done that. Done what? He doesn't fight nobody. Well, I can think of at least 3 or 4 fighters who wouldn't fight. The only one who's had any balls, right, with a name behind him to fight him is Bradis. That's the only guy, is Bradis. He's the only guy who's had nuts to fight Bradis. Riakporhe made ridiculous excuses why he pulled out of the fight. Ridiculous. And he fought him twice, right? Like Chan said. Fought him twice, right? Billion Smith, several offers with Ben Shalom. Didn't fight him. Zerdo, oh, you don't fight nobody. I'm not going to fight you. What? He's saying what the fans are saying to get out of the fight. And then they're saying he should have signed for Zuffa. I wouldn't have blamed him for retiring, bro. What he should say, screw the fans, screw the sanctioning bodies, screw all of you. That's what he needs to come out and say. The boxing fans, they claim that they're behind the fight, and they're really not behind the fighters. You listen to what they say, they're really not behind the fighters. They're really not. They're really not. Yep. And the sanctioning bodies allowed them to duck. They allowed them to duck him. All of them allowed them to duck him. But yet, he shouldn't have signed to Zuffa, right? Because there'd be a 1 in a million chance he gets to fight one of the sanctioning body champions. That's a ridiculous statement. Ridiculous statement. And I said I was going to ignore what you were saying. But the fact that you haven't come off that point there is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Madness. Shakur Stevenson ducking Ryan Garcia. Really? It wouldn't shock me. You don't want to get hit by that left hook, innit? You don't want to get hit by that left hook, bro. The Osterine hook. You don't want to get hit. I don't trust none of the fighters, man. I don't trust none of them. I don't trust none of them right now. That's where I'm at with it. I don't trust none of them.
I believe a lot of those ticket sales.
I don't think Shakur's he could be ducking Rhino. He wouldn't shot me, you know. He wouldn't shot me. And whoever wins that IBF strap, right? After they strip him, you didn't beat Jai. He's the longest reigning champion. You didn't beat Jai. Social Joins, he says, the US guys don't want to fight each other. We know this. And they're really going at him on Twitter, you know. This is crazy, man. It's just crazy. All his fights, his main, like the most of his last weeks have been all bankrolled by Turkey. Eddie and DAZN bailed on him in his last fight. But yet, they expect him to do what? To fight another pay-per-view with Tasman and earn, according to the deal, 170K. Which I don't think it made. I don't think it made 150K, personally. Right? I don't think it made 150K. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at something, right? Let's have a look at something. Let's have a look. Hey, they could put any figure out there as well. Capacity of the stadium he fought in. Let's have a look. Gold Coast Convention Center, Broad Beach, capacity. How much people do you... Okay. He earned 170K, yeah? Doing pay-per-view, which flopped, in a 6,000 capacity arena. A 6,000... How much were they selling the tickets for? 1,000 a piece. You do know, right? It's way cheaper to go see fights in Australia than it is in the UK or America, right? The pay structure for Australian boxers is a fraction of what American and British fighters get paid. It's a fraction. Yeah, it's tragic. It literally is tragic. It literally is tragic. I wonder if he filled out the arena. I wonder if he filled it out. He's not even making, you know something, right? Johnny Fisher's making more money than him. You do know that. Johnny Fisher make more money than Jai. He ain't making no more money than Dave Allen. Dave Allen fill out the Sheffield Arena. Crazy. Boxing is crazy, bro. Boxing is crazy. Boxing is crazy. There's no way I would listen to the fans if I was a boxer. I won't listen to anything they said. I won't listen to one single bar of what any of them said. Yeah, he makes more. He makes more, champ. Dave Allen makes more. I wouldn't listen. I wouldn't listen to anything they said, bro. Seriously. They expect Conor Benn to be sorry he didn't apologize. I wouldn't be sorry. I might just make my decision and forget that, bro. Yeah, it needs a union, Bruce. It needs a union. It needs a union. Boxing needs a union. The boxers are screwed, bro. They're screwed. Madness. Sad, really. It's really sad. Really sad. Then a lot of people who are saying he shouldn't have signed with Zuffa, they're not even going through the situation he was in his last fight. They're not even looking at it. They're just ignoring it totally. It's a tragedy, man. It is a tragedy. You know something? He's lucky though. You know why he's lucky? He's lucky Zuffa are around. He's lucky Turkey is around. He's lucky he can fight for a Mickey Mouse belt where he's getting a little bit of money. He's lucky. If anyone is still listening, yeah, if you're regular, if you listen to my Hangouts regular, do you guys remember me complaining that DAZN didn't pick up Jai's last fight against Chikara? Do you remember me saying that? Several times I complained that DAZN should have picked up his fight. And then Dana, and then when Dana picks him up, Eddie's like, yeah. Frank Warren, what did Frank Smith say? Oh, we're not happy he signed. What do you mean you're not happy he signed? So what should he do then? Boxers got to look out for themselves, man. Thank you for all the people who said yes. They ignored him. He was ignored. He was ignored. They ignored him. The industry, Eddie Hearn, you know what Eddie Hearn thought? Yeah, I won't sign him. He'd just be left on the sidelines. But no, they came in for him and they signed him up. Yeah. The sanctioning bodies didn't help him. The network didn't help him. The promoters didn't help him. That's the bottom line. No one fought for that guy, and they fight for nobody unless they're selling major tickets, right? Eddie Hearn talking all this crap about belts. Belts. Why didn't AJ go take the rematch with Dubois? And I'm not cursing out AJ, but he didn't need to. So you're saying all this about, it's all in there. Belts are like listen. Eddie don't care about no belts, bro. He says that, but if he can make a pound note without using the belts, he will do it. Look at him. He was all over the Jake Paul fight. He wasn't even promoting it. He was all over it. Eddie was all over it. The Jake Paul Eddie Hearn fight. DJ says traditional boxing cannot cater for talents like Jai. His promotion team did nothing for him. And chickens will duck him until he is 40, like Golovkin. I don't know about the Golovkin. I won't get into that, though. I won't get into that for now, though. Golovkin had a few fights he could have took. Eris Landy Lara wanted to fight him, but when that came up, people said, "Oh, he's boring. Oh, he can fight someone else instead of Andre Ward." So I don't know about the Golovkin thing. Yeah, I mean, but we'll leave that for now. We'll leave that. I mean, Golovkin's cool. Eddie has to sell the belts dream. He was all over Jake Paul plus AJ. Yeah, AJ was the B-side. Al Booger. I don't know if Opetaia is a killer like that. He's definitely good, though. I didn't say he was a killer. I didn't say it's got nothing to do with a killer. I'll tell you what, you can say that, but I tell you what, them other champions haven't wanted to. The only person who's fought him of note is Bradis, right? So he might not be the killer like you said, but Billy and Smith didn't want to unify, and Zerdo don't want to unify. They don't want to smoke. So maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. Lady Chances, but for Jai, no money. No money out up to get the fights. They go radio silent. Yeah, Jarrell Miller, he said, compared to what I made in my last two fights, it's about 30-40% lower. So for me, it wasn't a great offer. And I feel they kind of want to lock you down in some ways. If you don't want to take this fight, cool. I'll get somebody else and they'll shelve you. And I don't like that. Yeah, Eddie left him in the dust. Eddie left him in the dust. We'll see in it, Miller. We'll see with Jarrell Miller. Miller is showing you how Zuffa will treat 95% of his stable. Well, it's not a matter how they treat. They're going to pay them their market worth. But at least they have a deal. Jai didn't have a deal at all. It's cold out there, bro. It's cold. It's merciless. The boxing market is like... It's dog eat dog, literally, man. It's literally dog eat dog. That's the sad part about it. And I'm not here saying, listen, before anyone says anything, I'm not here saying Zuffa is this, that, and brilliant. I'm not. Because he is being used to a degree as a pawn in their battle with the sanctioning bodies and the objectives they're trying to achieve. But sometimes that's what it is. You know what I mean? Is there any boxing on today? Yeah, at least it's an option. Yeah. Yeah. Either Zuffa or retire, like you say. Either Zuffa or retire. Because you can't go through them training camps, right? Them hard training camps. No boxing on today, right? For the type of money he's getting, bro, right? Can't keep doing that. Because then it becomes stupid. Breaking, although Zuffa announced at the press conference that the IBF title would be on the line, it won't be. The IBF announced that Opetaia will be stripped for not following its rules. With sanction withdrawn, all this 5H flipping. I mean, yeah, you stripped him. You know, go into all this jargon. Basically, you don't recognize them as a sanctioning body. And that's fair enough. They don't have to. They don't have to. Conor Benn signed with Dana. Eddie signed UFC heavyweight Aspinall. Welcome to No One Can Do It Better. No boxing, man. Kind of boring, isn't it, with no boxing on the zone? There must be a card on the zone, man. No BBC or nothing. Should have a card, man. Saturday's boring without a bit of boxing, isn't it? Have to wait until tomorrow. Yeah, I agree. It's not an even impact. You know what I mean? My guy takes Conor Benn and you get Aspinall. Aspinall, man, the only way it would be an even impact if Aspinall has intentions to fight, box. And he's not going to box, is he? Bruce been looking all week. Nothing today. Yeah, we got a new member. I don't even know how to do the membership thing, you know. I've got to work out how to, you know what I mean? I'm just lazy on everything, man. Just been lazy. I can't even lie. I've been lazy. I should have worked that all out. I should have done my Patreon as well. But I've got plans to do it next week. But I've got a lot of other stuff on as well. It's not lazy. I've got so much shit on, man. See, Jarrell Miller's just looking for the bag, bro. Jarrell Miller is looking for the bag. I don't blame him. Still got the ring belt though. I think they knew they were going to drop that. I think Jai knew somehow that the IBF belt was going to go because they've got the ring belt. You know something? I have to buy another laptop. It's costing me a lot. No, it cost me a whole lot of dollars, isn't it? I have to buy another one. I don't think my brother is going to give me the other one back. I mean, I can't really ask him for it. Get a new laptop. He didn't leave Matchroom. Why are you saying he left Matchroom? He didn't leave Matchroom. They weren't signing him. They're talking like the IBF belt is kind of like the road to riches, or like it makes everything great. No, he wasn't poorly advised. He was stuck in a bad situation. There's a difference between poorly advised and being stuck in a bad situation. You get a 200 one just to stream from. What, membership, yeah? Well, I can get 200. How do I get the 200 quid? I want the 200 squid. It's a shame, really. He's getting no support from. I don't think the boxing fans have done any research. They reckon that he left Matchroom. They think he left Matchroom. Matchroom didn't promote his last fight, and they didn't go to the zone to air it. They think he left Matchroom. Wow. So it looks like the next two contenders are Chris Billiam-Smith and Masternak, who Chris Billiams already beat. Where's Vidal Riley? I'd like to see Chris Billiam-Smith and Vidal Riley fight for the vacant belt. That's what I'd like to see. Man, Kell Brook is is an aesthetically good shape, but man, it's yet to be seen if he can really rumble with the younger welterweights right now at this stage of his career. Shakur on the Joe Rogan show says Pets helped Ryan against Devin in a fight, but Joe had a different opinion on it. In Joe Rogan's opinion, steroids don't help you land punches. They might help you with training and give you more power, but the left hook was on point. How does that make sense? You just said it helps you in training and give you more power. More power, more speed. Doesn't make sense what you're saying. Joe Rogan's an idiot. Do you know that?
Really watch the fight and pay attention to the fight. And people might not agree with me on this, but I feel like
you just want to see Devin get beat. A lot of people just want to see Devin get beat and say the drugs didn't make any difference. A lot of people just want to see Devin get beat, so they want to like remove the whole Osterine equation out of the debate. Oh, well, that doesn't really mean. I mean, Devin just got beat up. You know what I'm saying? Apart from it giving me more power and speed and shit, and helping him to cut weight, it wasn't a factor. It was Ryan's boxing. That's ridiculous, man. See, and it's them debates what probably made me get in my feelings and want to pick Barrios against him. Yeah, they just hate Devin, man. That's all it is. They just hate Devin. My gosh. Ugh, can't even watch them news stories, man. I don't bring it up, man. Chris Billiam Smith fighting for the world title next. He's always flipped like, look at that, man. And he see, and the sanctioning bodies have got no problem doing this. The man who avoided Jai, right? This man avoided Jai Opetaia. Right? And now he gets to fight from the belt that he's getting, like the belt that Jai's getting stripped for. It's flipping. See, boxing is a mess, bruh. Boxing is such a mess. Yeah, I was in my feelings. I admit it as well. I don't care what no one says. Yo, he's in your feelings. Yeah, I was. Just like how you guys are, like, not you guys there, but just like how a lot of people are in their feelings when they talk about Conor. It is what it is. They get in their feelings, isn't it? We get in our feelings and we say stupid. It was the worst pick ever. That was my worst pick ever, right? That was my worst pick ever. Barrios was so garbage in there. I couldn't believe how garbage he was. I was looking at him, I was like, oh my gosh, this guy, like, I was watching. I was just hoping that he wouldn't come out for the fifth or sixth round. After I was saying, you're just crap, man, crap. Ryan was way better than him. Ryan was. It was like it wasn't even comparable. It wasn't. Was the fight close at any stage? It wasn't even comparable. Eddie Hearn drops shot. Nigel Benn hit off the son. Conor Benn's dramatic muscle. What is this now? Now, what is this nonsense now? Eddie Hearn is hinting that Nigel is upset with Conor. Is that so? Conor, you upset daddy, yeah? Eddie Hearn believes Nigel Benn has been left bitterly disappointed by his son's decision to join forces with Dana White. Okay. Let me try to get to the. He joined. Right. I'm waiting to see what the bit about Nigel. Right. Where is it? This clickbait crap. Nigel hasn't posted about the fight. Nigel's not talked about the deal. And I would think Nigel's bitterly Why are you saying that though? If he hasn't posted about the fight and he hasn't spoke about it, and you haven't spoke to Nigel, why are you assuming that Conor is like Nigel is mad with Conor? And why did Talksport make a big flipping story out of this? The media now is absolute garbage. They make stories out of air, you know. Man, that's a stupid post. What a stupid post that was. And like Eddie assuming that Nigel is mad with Conor is crazy. White House boxing card. Right, they've got these I guess they're memes, these AI generated memes. Dana knocking out Eddie and Eddie knocking out Turkey. Crazy people, man. Y'all some creative mofos though. Y'all some creative motherfuckers. What's the time? Just past 5. It's all right. No boxing on, so I could kind of slow up my evening tonight, innit? Yeah, pure clickbait. Pure clickbait, Chan. Pure clickbait. Yeah, Conor said his dad said, take the money. Yeah. People just said, why do they hate Devin so much? Dude, what is it? It's just because they don't like how he fights? They just hate Devin, bro. Ulick says Conor also said he wants Eddie to be on board. So who knows? It's Devin's dad. Why? What does Devin's dad do? Bill's a good dude, man. I spoke to Bill. Bill's a good dude. He's a good dude. It's not his dad. Bill's a bit crazy, but you know what I mean? But that's cool. But Bill's a good dude. Yep. There you go, DJ. Bad business from Edward to not have your DAZN poster boy in a contract. It's as simple as that. It's awful business. Awful business. Crescencio, he said, I hate Ryan so much just because I'm not keen on him, but you know what I mean? When I done my summary on his title win, I didn't bring up the Ped case. I didn't bring up none of that. I said, okay, it's your career best win. You done well. I didn't bring up none of that. Yeah, he does the best for his son. He does his best for his son, Bill. Bill's done a good job for his son. And they're still free agents, right? in a tough market, right? And they're battling against a lot of corporate forces, and they're still there. So I give Bill, I give Bill my backing, bro. You know what I mean, okay. I will say some of Devin's performances have been a bit, you know what I mean, lukewarm. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest, but not gonna lie. Sylvester, I don't think Conor Ben is an 8-figure fighter. Not proven yet. Boy, no disrespect to that comment there, yeah? But I'm not coming at you. I have to reply to what you're saying, yeah? Right? I have to reply to what you said about him not being an 8-figure fighter, right? You don't really have an opinion on it. Your opinion is negated by the fact he is an 8-figure fighter. Your opinion is negated by his last 2 fights have been stadium fights. And this is his 3rd stadium fight on the bounce. So you can say he's not an 8-figure fighter. Then what is he then? If you're saying he's not an 8-figure, are you saying you don't think he should be getting paid there? Which is there's 2 different debates. He is an 8-figure fighter. He is an 8-figure fighter. He just signed a huge deal. Yeah, our thought process doesn't come into it. He's cut the deal. He's cut the deal. There you go, DJ. You're right. Jake Paul is better paid than Beterbiev by miles. There you go. We could be like, oh, that's horrible. That's it. Yeah, it might be, but that's the reality is exactly what you said. Like the lights are big. If Bivol didn't have Turkey and them guys, them man would be scratching around for paydays, bro. You get what you negotiate. Conor Ben isn't the most popular fighter in the UK. All right, outside of Anthony Joshua, who is more popular than Conor Ben right now? I'll be interested to see who you got. Outside of Anthony Joshua, who's more popular than Conor Ben? Conor Ben is the 2nd most popular fighter in the UK, probably Tyson Fury. All right, outside of Fury and AJ, the 2 heavyweights, who you got? Who you got? Because it's not Daniel Dubois, it's not Fabio Wardley, right? They're not bigger. Dalton Smith, not bigger. Jazzy Dickens, not bigger. Who are the other world champions? Lewis Croker? Nope. Nope. Josh Kelly? Nah, Chris Eubank not more popular. Not right now. Conor Ben's bigger. Conor Ben is bigger now. Conor Ben is being, at this moment here, Chris has never signed no 15 million fucking deal, right? At this moment here, Chris Eubank is not more popular than Conor. Moses Atoma, not even close, bro. Not even close. Not even close. Moses is more popular than Conor Ben right now. I'm not talking, listen, you guys are conflating who you think is the better fighter. Moses may be the better fighter. I'm talking about popularity right now. When has Moses sold out a stadium? Show me a fight where Moses has sold out a stadium. Is Chris Eubank Jr.'s next fight going to be in a stadium in the UK? Although Conor is on the undercard technically. Moses is not more popular than... You can't be serious. Some of the debates I'm having on here. Moses is not more popular than Conor Benn in the UK. You've got to be out of your mind. And Johnny Fisher is not more popular than Conor Benn. I mean, it's silly now. There's a silly debate right there. It's a horrible debate. It's a horrible debate you're making there. Horrible debate. That, you know what that is? That's what you want the situation to be. But the facts, no way is Moses Atoma more popular than Conor Benn. No way. Or Johnny Bull. No way. Conor Benn is like just behind Fury and AJ is Conor Benn. It's Conor Benn right now. Do you think they know Moses Atoma in America? You know what I mean? Listen, bro. Let me break it down to you, yeah? Right? Conor Benn goes in America, right? And gets called out by Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson. He makes headlines in America. Moses Atoma goes in America. Nobody knows Moses Atoma. Nobody knows Moses Atoma in America. No one. Nobody. No. After the Dillian White fight, are you serious? Are you serious? Like a crazy debate. Crazy debate, bruh. That's a crazy debate. Crazy. No. That's what you want. You want that to be the reality for whatever reason or whatever agenda or motivation you have behind your... but it's not. What you're saying is untrue. The only two fighters more popular than Conor Benn in the UK now, I've already said them. There's only two. There's only two fighters right now. There's only two. No more. No more than two. Just two. And it's the two heavyweights. Yeah? Just the two heavyweights, and that's it. Just the two heavyweights. Where is Moses Atoma's next fight? Against something. Where's he fighting next? Where's he fighting? At Switch Mob. It's not even close. Nobody knows Atoma but boxing fans. Just boxing fans. That's all. Just boxing fans. You can't go anywhere for mainstream appeal for Moses Atoma. Just boxing fans. Listen. Conor Benn was in the headlines for how long with the pen? And listen, it's not just down to his boxing. That ped case. The ped case. And listen. The association with his dad and Eubank and stuff, everything just fell in place for the guy. Yeah? Everything's just fell in place for the guy. Not even close, bro. Not even close. And I like Moses Atoma. I like Moses, but no way. No way. Conor Benn has been a headline trending story for the last 4 years or so now. Conor Benn has had a headline nearly every week for the last 4 years. Non-stop. Non-stop. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if his dad. You're making reasons why he's more pop. I'm not saying it's all from boxing. You're saying his dad's name has carried Conor. That's not the argument. I even said his association with his dad. His association with his dad, the Ped case, everything. Conor is just Mr. Popular. It is what it is. Yeah. All right. Tell me when you see Moses Atoma on Good Morning Britain talking to Susanna Reid. Conor Ben's been on there about 4 or 5 times. How much times has Moses been on there? Big up, Anthony. You haven't seen Moses Atoma on Good Morning Britain. You haven't seen it. You haven't seen it. And on Piers Morgan. There you go. And on Piers Morgan. Conor Ben is mainstream. Household. Moses Atoma is not a household name, bro. And anyone saying that with a straight face is something you want. Right? Dr. Woodok, Dana not offering Moses or any Brit 15 million. There you go. Although they're probably still in contract as well, but no, not close. Not close. Not close. Not close. Not close. And I agree with you, Sylvester. Yeah, Eddie's promotion too. Yes, I agree. But you're still making reasons to try and say he's not popular. But you're making reasons for why he is popular. You said his dad and Eddie's promotion. I agree with all that. I agree with all that. But you're trying to say, well, without that, he wouldn't be popular. No, I'm saying with all that, he is that popular. Yeah, Sharon said it. She don't even like Conor, but you've got to stick to the facts. He's household. He's household main, and he's not just big in the UK. He's a global name. He's a global name. And that's why they signed him. That's why they signed him. Because he's polarizing. He splits opinion. With Conor, it's like, and he develops headlines. No matter what no one says, he develops headlines. He sells tickets. He makes people talk. Yeah, he goes to New York and gets mobbed. I don't think you're appreciating how big. I didn't say he was the most popular. So, like Sylvester, he's the 3rd most popular fighter in the country. And there's not even... you think Moses Atoma is a household name? Wow. You must really hate him. I mean, you know what you show me there? All you show is how much you dislike him and how much you want it not to be true. That's all you're showing right now. That's all you're showing is you don't like him and you don't like the fact that he's that popular. That's all you're showing right now. If you think Moses Atoma, right? And who was the other name you said? I don't think Moses Atoma is more popular than Ben Whittaker, to be honest with you. But that's debatable. He's not Garcia beats. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Whittaker's not more popular than Conor Ben, yeah? Whittaker, all them guys you're mentioning, nowhere near as popular as Conor Ben. Nowhere near. Nowhere near. You might not. I know you're not gonna leave without, in your mind, that they are, because you can't accept it. Shakur Stevenson called him out after his last fight in the ring. Devin Haney wanted to fight him. Listen. Devin wanted to fight him, defend his title against him. Shakur called him out. Ryan wants to fight. Rowley wanted to fight. He was disappointed. Rowley didn't get the fight. Josh Kelly wants to fight him. How much offers is Moses getting for big fights? Does Usyk want to fight him? Come on, now. You gotta be real about it. You gotta be real. You gotta be real. Even though I know you don't like things. Fair enough. You don't like it. My gosh. There's no need to be that defensive, bro. You just sound defensive. Arguing from a totally unrealistic position. Just sound defensive, bro. Why does he end up fighting retired reaches then? Because he's getting 15 mil and Zuffa gave him the opponent. Turkey and Dana gave him the opponent in a stadium. You're conflating different issues about who he's fighting. You're conflating resume and ability against popularity, and it's obscuring your contribution to the discussion. It's obscuring your contribution. Or skewing, not obscuring. Wrong word. I'm not writing for no one. You see how much you're in your feelings. You ever seen you ride for a boxer this strongly before? You sound like a nutter. I'm not writing for no one. How much times wait. Did you guys hear me in the comment section saying that Conor hasn't fought no one earlier? I can point. It's a long hanger. I said earlier that Conor hasn't fought no one. I'm not interested if Conor has apologized. I said he hasn't fought nobody. I said he hasn't beat nobody. I said he's not fighting none of the champions. It's two different debates. You're in your feelings. You are in your feelings. Get out of your feelings. Moses Atoma is not more popular than Conor Ben. Simple. Moses Atoma doesn't have the amounts of profiled fighters who want to fight him that Conor Ben has. Moses Atoma's bank balance is nowhere near what Conor Ben's is. Nowhere near. It's not comparable. But there you are. I'm writing for him because you're in your feelings. You sound like a nutter. Riding for Conor. Didn't you just hear he just signed a $15 million deal? People are crazy. You're absolutely crazy. Moses' next fight is in the co-op arena. His next fight is in the co-op arena. I don't like the bleach thing either. I don't think he bleached his skin, though. He bleached his hair. I don't mind women bleaching their hair and that, but cool, that's cool because women do that. But I don't like all that. Moses is fighting in the co-op arena. Conor's having his third fight in White Hart Lane. Yeah, exactly, DJ. Like, you're not even. You're exactly. You're like what you say is accurate. When you have Queensbury doing your social media like Moses, slim chance of fast growth. Exactly. Exactly. And even see, the thing is, he even brought the reasons why Conor was popular and then tried to fight against them. He brought them up. I didn't bring them up. He said, yeah, because of his association with Dad and his Eddie. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I didn't say it's because he's fighting killers. Moses even said, you know what Moses said? What did Moses say the other day? You know the reason why I'm dry on camera because of this and that. He even said, like you're saying there, Al Booger, he don't have the personality. He even said it himself. Yeah? Yeah, he's the Tottenham boy. What I say, he's Tottenham boy now. Tottenham boy. Moses don't like the thing is, right? Moses don't even like all the popularity thing. You can see he doesn't like it, right? Moses wants to stay quiet in the cut, right? Moses, listen, he's doing great. He's doing great as well. Moses is buying his houses with his brother, fixing up his houses, yeah? Doing his boxing, and he's cool, right? But he's not mainstream. He is not mainstream by any means. Yeah? He hasn't got the call up from Susanna Reid or Piers Morgan. He's not on them shows. He's not with Akam Barak and them guys. Not saying they're big, but he's not big shoulder programming in boxing, right? Because he hasn't had the viral moments outside the ring. It's simple. Yeah. Al Booker said he just flattened Dillian and nobody cared. It wasn't a big moment, really. You know what I mean? It was big for boxing fans. Yeah, well, you would, Anthony. I mean, you're not exactly the biggest Dillian fan. Who's hype? No one's hyping up Conor. We're just like, all right. Oh, okay, Sylvester. I'm riding for him. I'm riding for him, man. Just riding for him, man. I'm just riding for Conor hard, man. I'm just riding for Conor. Yeah, because you're acting like I got him the $15 million deal. I didn't do it, bro. Go blame blame Eddie Hearn, blame his dad, blame Keith Connolly, blame the Peds, blame Talksport, blame them. Don't stop blaming me about riding for Conor. Blame them. Yeah? Blame the blonde hair. Blame whatever it is. Blame White Hart Lane. Blame Chris Eubank Jr. Blame Nigel. Blame Senior. Blame all them. I didn't make him popular. He's popular because he's popular, right? See, the difference between you is I don't get in the way of what the news is. I don't get in the way. If you're worth 15 billion, I don't have to come and, well, you're not really that popular. You know? Like, that's fucking ridiculous, bro. You get a $15 million contract, right? To see how much it was a loss to Macron. It's a huge loss. Yeah, he's ridiculously pop. He's one of the most popular British fighters ever. Actually, that's the thing, right? You know what? I could see myself in the 60s, right? I could see myself in the 60s arguing, oh, well, Billy Walker is not popular because he's crap, because he can't fight that well. Billy Walker, I don't think he won the Southern Area title. He couldn't win the British title. He lost to Henry Cooper. Jack Bodell beat him in an eliminator. Carl Mildenberger beat him for the Euro title. But you know something? Billy was the biggest draw in British boxing. He was the cartel's first star, right? The first star they had. Yeah, Billy Walker. Couldn't even win the British title. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. It is what it is. You're either popular or you're not. Right? You're saying 8 figures is mental. Like, I don't even know. Like, I think Dr. Wu Doc was saying, you know what I mean? It's clear. Yeah. It's what it is, you know what it is sometimes. I'm on the chat and I'm looking at some of the responses to things that are obvious because people don't like it. And I'm thinking, like, what in there? Like, and people love it anyway. People love when I do it. Chan loves it, isn't it? Chan loves it with this. Chan's, I mean, laughing her head off over there. I mean, Chan laughing her head off right now. Chan crying tears. He's all good. Yeah, in the 60s, yeah, Billy Walker, right, was absolutely huge. And he couldn't win a British title. He couldn't beat Jack Bodell. But he just, like, he was the white hope. It was what it was. You know what I mean? Like, that's what he was. Popularity got nothing to do with ability. Look at Johnny Walker. I mean, what's his name? Johnny Fisher. Look at Johnny Fisher right now. Like, listen, what was we saying earlier? What was I saying earlier, Chan? Johnny Walker probably got a bigger bank balance than Jai Opetaia. Johnny Fisher has probably got a bigger bank balance than Jai Opetaia because Eddie's behind Johnny. Johnny's still at Matchroom. Johnny's had how many fights at Matchroom? 15 or 16. What happened to Jai? Johnny's lasting longer than world-ranked fighters, right? Like Michael Hunter and Martin Bacoli. And he's still there. Still there. Couldn't get past Dave Allen in 2 fights. And then Dave Allen fights Makhmudov and gets outpointed convincingly. Still there, bro. Got nothing to do. Nothing to do with ability or resume. Anthony says Matchroom were banking on Conor to keep them afloat post AJ's career. Yeah. He was one of their bankable commodities. And when he went, it was like, oh, wounded. Because, yeah, they did stick by him. When he went through all of that, what he went through, yeah, they did stick by him. Because they saw we were looking at the pot of gold at the end of the tunnel. It wasn't a charity thing. It was just business. Wow. Let me tell you something. You see Billy Walker, yeah? There's a documentary of Billy Walker. And his brother used to train him, right? And they went out to America. And it's on the documentary to Harry Wiley's gym. Harry Wiley is the first trainer, or maybe the first pro trainer of Sugar Ray Robinson, right? And his brother was talking. He was narrating. He says, "We're going over to America to see the vicious, like, hard knock life of American boxing." And it was. And he was saying they were using the Negro word because it wasn't offensive then and whatnot. And they were saying, "No, it's not for us. It's just too tough." Because it was tough. It was tough for the fighters coming up. And you know what he said? I don't want to keep him over here too long because we ain't trying to turn Billy into a stylist. They didn't want him to learn how to box, literally. They wanted to go in there, face first, in them big slugging matches with the crowd. Oh, while they're jarred up on a couple of lagers and shit. Yeah. Put him on primetime sports night. It is what it is. And the cartel tried to push Billy Walker. They tried to push him. Yeah? How much did he get for that eliminator when he fought Bodell? They said the purse. I can't remember what it was. This was an eliminator for a British title. And if we're talking about 1969, 1970, if you get a 20K purse, them time, you're minted. You're minted. Boxing's not fair, bro. Boxing ain't fair. Boxing doesn't go on, oh, you won 38 games for the season, so you get promoted, so you get a trophy. Boxing doesn't do that. Boxing is marketing and promotion and matchmaking. Yeah? Marketing, promotion, and matchmaking. Double MP. Marketing, matchmaking, promotion. That's all it is. That's all it is. Because they managed to keep Billy on undefeated runs. You know what I mean? For certain periods of time. And he was just drawing big crap. Like selling out Wembley Arena, bro. Regular. Royal Albert Hall. Wembley Pool Arena. Selling it out. Crazy, man. And they had Terry Downs as well, the middleweight, the cartel at the time. These guys were just, and he did win the title and he beat a faded Sugar Ray Robinson. But they're just well promoted. And the boxers outside of the jurisdiction of London, they couldn't get a look in. They couldn't get a look in. The promoters from outside of the cartel's periphery couldn't get a look in. They couldn't get the fight dates on BBC. They couldn't get in. Yeah, they couldn't get in. Literally couldn't get in, bro. Unfortunately, Anthony, the best boxers don't always become champions because boxing is a business masquerading as a sport, marketing, matchmaking, and promotion. I remember I was telling that young American dude, and I actually liked the kid, you know. He was a bit forthright, but he boxed, yeah? And he used to try and dominate the hangout, which I didn't let him do, and he didn't like that. Well, I know all about no, you couldn't, no. This ain't your platform. You don't, I mean, you got to show a bit of respect, right? He didn't like that. And he told me what he was going to do as a boxer. He told me all this stuff, what he's going to do with his talent. And I told him, and he didn't like it. I said, listen, if you do not have a promoter, a game plan, a matchmaker, right? You are likely to get chewed up. They're likely to chew you up, right? And just disregard you. And he was so mad at what I said. And within a few months, his career was over. Didn't box again. Didn't box again. Unfortunately, right? Unfortunately, it depends how much. I don't know. Is Chris fighting Berlanga? That's not even done. You're asking me to speculate on fights that haven't been finished. I don't know what the money, what the stadium is. Connor's fighting in free fights in Tottenham Stadium, bro. I don't know. Listen, Sylvester, have a good Saturday, bro. Enjoy your Saturday. No matter what's said between me and you, enjoy your Saturday, bro. Enjoy your Saturday. I don't know what Chris is doing. Chris lost his last fight badly. Chris is a fading force, right? Chris is coming off illnesses. He's a fading force. He was beaten up badly in that last round by Conor. They're just talking about opponents for Chris right now. There's nothing set in stone. There's nothing signed. Chris is a long way off of getting back in the mix. Chris going back to fight 168-pounders right now is dangerous. And his dad will be set against him boxing right now. His dad will be set. That's all I know, right? His dad does not want him to go back in the ring. Doesn't want him to go back in the ring. Because he's past his prime. Chris is in his mid-30s, right? He was back. Listen, he was beaten up badly by Liam. When I tell you what, right? When Liam Smith laid the bars on him, I was like, I was bewildered. I was like watching this. Like I said, what happened there? What happened? Because I've never seen Chris get beat up like that. And his dad outlined everything. His dad said, you can see, because his dad knows his son better than anyone, better than me, better than you, better than anyone. He said, you see when his legs stagger like that? That's because he hasn't been living the life. He hasn't been training. And that's when he got rid of his dad. Chris is finished. See, Junior is finished, bro. Junior is holding out for a few more pound notes, right? To support that lavish lifestyle he lives. Right? That's why he's not getting out. Junior is going to trade up the last bits of his fame and notoriety. That's what he's going to do right now. Like all fighters do. He's no exception. I'm not having a go. I'm just, this is the reality of it. Yeah? I tell you what, right? Chris wants that fight at 164. But if he fights Edgar Berlanga at 168, that'd be an interesting fight. If I tell you what, if he fights Berlanga at 168, if he can get his health issues sorted out to a reasonable level, right? And if he gets Bo Mack in the corner, the Berlanga fight is interesting. It could be interesting. But I tell you what, he should stay away from Hamza Shiraz, though. Stay away from Hamza Shiraz. Anthony says, pipe dreams on top of pipe dreams. I bet that today he's bitter about the game. Oh, yeah. Yeah. More than likely. More than likely he's bitter. He didn't like what I said. I'm not even going to repeat some of the stuff he said to me on Facebook. He said some nasty things to me. Some nasty things. I just ignored it. I said, I understand, because he thinks I'm shitting on him. I'm not shitting on him. I'm not shitting on him. Yeah. I was very, very good friends with a former British champion trainer, right? And had lengthy discussions with him about the realities of boxing. I'm not making, you think I'm making this up? No, I got this from somewhere. All what I'm saying, I got this from somewhere. I got this from a black British trainer who went through the discrimination and the discrimination that black fighters were getting in the 80s. First-hand testimony. And not just black, all fighters, right? But black fighters got it worse. They got it worse. And if you look at the 80s, yeah, Frank Bruno was the first, not just bankable boxer, but actual sportsman in this country. Yeah? That was the turning point. The 80s was the turning point, right? When you had the 3 degrees in football, which was Cunningham, Batson, and Regis, yeah? And in boxing, then we got the 3 degrees in the middleweight division. Watson, Ben, and Eubank. And every turned it around. They turned around what they thought black boxers could do in terms of numbers and popularity. They turned it around, bro. Soap opera. Soap opera. So large that their 2 sons are still trading off their names, right? How much years later? 40 years later from when their career started. 40 years, on. Yeah. I'm not going to say who the fighter is. I'm not going to say who the trainer is. I'm not going to say that. Yeah? The promoter, I'm not going to say the name of the promoter because I'm going to give him away too much. The promoter said to this trainer's fighter, he said, we don't have to be friends to do business. That's what, and if I told you the promoter, it would all tie up to a latest catchphrase that's being used a lot now, which I'm not going to say. It would all tie back to him. And he said this to a black fighter. We don't have to be friends to do business. It is what it is. Mr. Pads, he says, Harold Graham is one of the best fighters I've seen to never become a champ. Best British fighter at the very least. He'd be a long reigning champ today, I reckon, across 154, 168. Well, you know I'm a big Harold Graham fan. You know I'm a big Harold Graham fan. And you know Chris Eubank, he came out, Senior said, all right, I'm not fighting you. And he didn't hide it. He didn't hide it. He's not fighting it. And Nigel Benn didn't fight him either. And neither did Michael Watson. Tony Simpson ducked him. All the top middleweights in the country ducked Harold Graham. All of them. And I've got it on the video. All of them ducked him. Technique says best British fighter is Joe Calzaghe. Some say Joe. Joe's definitely got a strong case. I'm not even going to say he definitely got a strong case. Definitely got a strong case. Joe was good. Joe was bad, man. Joe was bad. Joe was bad. I was watching Joe from when he was training with Terry Lawless at the Royal Oak, or not the Royal Oak, the Burnt Oak. Yeah? Because he had to relocate to London. And listen, This is a different era of boxing, bro. All right. The London promoters and the London promotional game, it was like terrorism. Like I said with the cartel, the fighters and the trainers and the promoters out of the jurisdiction, they couldn't make money like that. They weren't getting none of the TV dates on BBC. They couldn't get the Royal Albert Hall because the cartel owned it. Mike Barrett ran the Royal Albert Hall, Wembley Arena, the cartel ran it. Right? And you see with Joe Calzaghe, yeah, and Enzo, right? They were trying to split them apart. You do know that, yeah? They were trying to split them apart so they could cut Enzo out. Even Frank Warren, he'll deny it, but he tried to split them. He tried to split them. Yeah. It was cutthroat. And it weren't just the promoters. The British Boxing Board of Control, right? In the 70s and 80s, they used to approach fighters and tell them, leave your manager and sign with the cartel and you'll get better opportunities. They were basically poaching fighters to leave their management and fight for the cartel. This is facts. And if you didn't play ball, you were screwed. Do you know how much fighters retired? You know how much boxers retired? Couldn't get opportunities? See what you're saying, Chan, about Jai? Is it retired to retire? That was a regular thing. Regular thing. Yeah. DJ Nicky says, how big do you think their fathers, Chris and Nigel, would be if they were in their peak today? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. If we had Nigel Benn, Eubank and Watson today, oh my days. Crazy, bro. It would be absolute crazy. It would be absolutely nuts. Because like the chemistry was crazy. The chemistry was just crazy. Just unparalleled in British boxing. Unparalleled. They were so popular, bro. You look at the first fight was it the NEC Arena in Birmingham, right? The rematch was at Old Trafford in a football stadium. And if you see the shoulder programming with the show with Jonathan Ross, where they're on, it's just pure celebrities. There's politicians, sportsmen, singers, actors, all in the crowd, bro. All in the crowd. And British boxing was just crazy. I think what was first? There, in a week, we had Eubank versus Ben 2, and then Bruno versus Lennox Lewis. The boxers were like gods. Not like gods. They were just like larger than life. Larger than life. Terrestrial television? Oh, so don't even talk about Mike Tyson. Don't even talk about Mike Tyson for popularity. Remember when Mike came to Brixton? Who remembers when Mike came to Brixton? The police had to escort him into the police station, bro, because like they just mobbed the street, bro. I don't think Mike could believe it. I don't think Mike could believe it. They mobbed the street. Yeah, he was in Brixton, bro. He was in Brixton. Mike was in Brixton. And they, listen. And you see that time he was in Brixton? Brixton wasn't quite gentrified then. Brixton is still hood. You know what I mean? Like, it's still hood now, but The man's them came out that day. The ends came out. It was crazy. Mike was so popular. Mike Muhammad Ali, my gosh. Some people just have the appeal. I don't know what it is, bro. I don't know what it is. Yeah, it was on the news. It was on the news, DJ Nick. It was on the news, right? It was headline news. Mike Tyson mobbed by crowd in Fink. Mobbed. I don't think Mike could understand it, you know. Was he fighting Julius Francis? That was for the Julius Francis fight. It's crazy, man. Like some boxers just have that appeal in it. You can't put an explanation on it, man. You can't put an explanation on it. Unfortunately, you can't put an explanation on it. You either have the appeal or you don't have it. And Conor Ben ain't quite there. He's not. There's no boxer. Well, Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, Ricky Hatton. Like, look at Ricky Hatton, bro. Look at how much people did Ricky Hatton take across to Las Vegas? They didn't all get in the stadium, but at least 30,000 people went across the pond to follow Ricky Hatton, bro. Anthony said there's a good documentary on YouTube that followed Mike Tyson during that 2000 visit to the UK. It's a fun documentary. Oh, I want to watch that. I want to watch that. It was just it's just crazy, bro. And some boxers, they just can't quite get, like, you see, that was a bane of frustration for Larry Holmes, following in the footsteps of Muhammad Ali. Like Larry just, and he got good money, but he was just never a draw like Muhammad Ali. Just never was. Sylvester says Hatton was mad popular. Yeah, he was very popular. DJ Nicky. Hypothetically, if a prime senior, KO senior pre-Watson, if Nigel was to fight, make sure there's an ambulance near. Oh, you got the link to the documentary. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Where's the link? You know what? I can't see the link. I don't think they've let the link through at me for whatever reason. I don't think they've let the link through. You know what it was with Holmes, yeah? He got frustrated. Like he's like, because he said Marciano couldn't he say his jockstrap, couldn't carry his jockstrap. He said Marciano couldn't carry his jockstrap. And he just had moments where he just, Mike Tyson, the SOB. If you don't die before he's 20, he's going to destroy himself. Yeah, it just weren't to be for Holmes. But he was following, but he was in the footsteps of Ali. It was an impossible job, bro. It was an impossible job. And it took Mike Tyson to bring it back. Bruce Gass says Larry had a serious chip on his shoulder. He did. Remember, he went back and forth with Peter Marciano, Rocky's younger brother. And he was laying into him, bro. He was just like not having it. Yeah, man. I'm saying if Prime Eubank was to fight Prime Eubank Jr., I'd go KO finish senior. If Prime Nigel ever fought Prime Connor, yeah, it would be, I mean, he'd end up like McClellan, bro. Connor would end up like McClellan. Seriously, not being funny, yeah? If he was ever to try and fight his dad at 160, no. I don't think Eddie would have let him take the fight. Or Tony Sims. Tony Sims wouldn't have let him take the fight. Tony Sims used to spar his dad, innit? He wouldn't have let him take the fight. Mr. Pad, some people never liked Holmes because he beat Ali, but he also acted like there wasn't a huge asterisk attached to that win regarding the condition of Ali in that fight. The truth is, yeah, Holmes was disqualified against Dwayne Bobbick in, I want to say, the 72 AAU boxing tournament. And Holmes had not a horrible amateur career, but he had some horrible amateur careers where he just didn't perform. I think he got stopped and got DQ'd. Was he holding too much against Bobbick, or like it was for negative boxing? And he wasn't popular. And they didn't, yeah, the 72 Olympic trials, that's the one, Bruce. That's the one. 72 Olympic trials. They just didn't see Holmes going anywhere. Okay, got DQ'd for running. Well done, Bruce. Nice one. Yeah. Very negative. And he wasn't predicted to go nowhere. And it just was maybe the Ali fight. I'm not sure if the Ali fight did that much damage. I'm not that sure. It was a difficult period. In 77, when Ali had the rubber match with Ken Norton, I haven't got a receipt for this, but I was told as a young'un in the 80s, I was told this, that the reason Ali got the decision was boxing would literally have been finished without Muhammad Ali. There was no franchise player nowhere in the heavyweight division or any other weight class, right? So they had to give Ali the decision for the business and the industry of boxing. He was that big. That's what I heard, right? When Ali retired after he beat Spinks for the second time, third time heavyweight champion, right? Holmes beat Norton for that WBC title. And the WBA title never settled itself from when John Tate won it to when Bone Crusher Smith lost to Mike Tyson in the tournament, and we're talking about 86. It never settled. Nobody made. What do you reckon, Bruce? I don't think nobody made more than 2 free defenses from John Tate to Bone Crusher Smith to the tournament. Nobody made more than two or three defenses. It kept going and getting passed around and passed around. And the heavyweight division was in limbo. There were some good fighters, like Tim was one of them. But Tim had hot nights, like when he nearly beat Holmes, and then when he looked lifeless against Pinklon Thomas when he lost the belt. And Holmes was the WBC champion, and nobody really built themselves into an attraction where anyone was going to put money behind a big unification fight. And it was just a transitional period from when Ali retired. Yeah, 87. From when Ali retired. It was a transitional period. And that's at that period there, it was all about not Hagler. It was about Leonard, Hearns. They had a huge fight. All of a sudden, the welterweight Hearns and Leonard, they become the attractions. It changed. And then Mike Tyson came back. And then the heavyweights came back. That's just that's the history. It was difficult for Larry Holmes. It was difficult. They brought Larry Holmes back. And Larry said he didn't have time to prepare to fight Mike Tyson. But what Don King did, he just paid him a whole load of money. And he knew that Larry weren't turning down that money. He knew Larry weren't turning that, and he got ironed out. Mike ironed him out. Mike ironed out Larry. Oh, today's the anniversary of Tyson Bone Crusher. 1986. Okay. Yeah, I remember that fight, man. I remember that fight. Hey, Bone Crusher caught Mike with a good right hand in that 12th, though. In that 12th and last round, he caught him with a great right hand. But he was very negative all throughout that fight, Bone Crusher. Very negative. El Booger, didn't he give Larry like 100K cash on the spot? Yeah, they paid him a bag full of money, bro. And Larry just said, yeah, I'll take it. And he started well. Behind the jab, he started well, and then he got too confident in the 4th. Larry started jabbing and moving, and Larry was getting it. So you tell Larry dropping his hands and jabbing, and Mike was just like, Mike was just looking for the target, boy. And when Mike landed that right hand, you heard it. You heard the power of that punch travel through the arena. You heard the punch. I don't know if they dubbed it. You heard the power of the shot. Larry crashed down on his back. But hey, he done well to get up. You see Larry Holmes? You could put him on the deck, bro. Like the punches Larry Holmes survived and got up from. Like that Ernie Shavers. The Ernie Shavers shot. My gosh. That was a nasty punch. Yeah, he got his arm caught on the rope trying to throw that right uppercut in it. And look, Mike just nailed him. Yeah. See, but Mike was so dangerous, yeah? Yeah, they called him Bone Clutcher after that fight. But Mike was so dangerous that the opponents were just reduced to holding. All they could do is hold. They couldn't even summon up offense. They just held on until who introduced the uppercut and said I think Tony Tucker rocked him with an uppercut in the final of the tournament. He caught him with that uppercut and he rocked Mike, but Mike was straight back on it. And then years later, Buster Douglas caught him in that uppercut, boy, and took his head off. Took Mike's head off. You know what I mean? All good, man. All good with Mike, bro. No boxing on tonight, man. Slow night. Tomorrow, we watch Jai. Oh, yeah, Larry gave Tex Cobb a beating, didn't he? Tex was very limited, though. He was tough, but he was very limited. He was an actor, innit? Randall Tex Cobb. All right, people. It's been a long one. Been a good one. Hopefully they don't demonetize this one. They've been demonetizing some of my lives, but we'll see. Peace.